Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's gonna be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Hey, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. Hi there. Greetings. How are you? Oh, yeah? We're back live today. My name's Alan Cox. Thank you for being here. Howdy, howdy. Say hi to Bam Bam Bill Squire. Is right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hello.
And Poundcake is back in Studio G.
Afternoon, white people. Hello.
You can see him now, bathed in purple. If you'd like to join us telephonically or otherwise, please do. Make sure I got my phones up and running here for you. It is 216-578-1007 to call live. 800-348-1007. Send me a text if you like, 35192. If you are listening on the iHeartRadio app, you can leave messages there. The great Bruce Campbell is back on the show today. We're giving away tickets for his Bruce O-Rama traveling fan trivia show that's coming through. Gave those away a couple of weeks ago. That'll be next month. He'll do the Agora. We'll get some hot gossip with Perez Bilton a little bit later on. I was solo dadding this weekend. Oh. And part of that is Gwen had gone up to the UP with her dad and her brother for a weekend poker tournament. So I was a single dad all weekend long, and so I get to spoil my kid, which we don't normally do. And so one of her favorite places is Five Below.
Ooh.
We had her birthday party there a couple of years ago. She loves Five Below. So anytime, because she knows that she can wrap me around. She goes, hey, this weekend, can we go to Five Below? I said, absolutely, we can go to Five Below, you know? She'll get a couple of things. I'll take a look at their extensive candy selection, even though I'm really trying to not go in that direction. I've been on I'm off the wagon recently with the sugar, and I'm trying to watch it, but just I'm in a rut. And so we go to Five Below, and they have a T-shirt wall, and it really jumped out at me. There has been you guys familiar with the T-shirt wall there at Five Below?
Oh, yeah.
Sir.
Everything there, as the name implies, is $5 or below. Five Below. And I noticed a vibe shift on the T-shirt wall. I've gotten a couple of $5 T-shirts from Five Below over the years. I have this black T-shirt of a dog sniffing another dog's ass in profile, and it says, "You seem nice." And I just thought that was funny at the time. It's probably a 10-year-old shirt. Bought it for myself. But the shift there is to a much, and I don't know what precipitated this, but if you've been there, you may have noticed, to a much more emotional shirt. There's a shirt that says, your emotions are valid, right? It's a nice sentiment.
Oh, like affirmations almost.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. I don't know if you need it on a shirt. Another one said, be nice. You know, it's like little mushrooms or whatever. One said, pray more, worry less.
There you go.
You know how well that's going for you.
Come on.
You know, all these, the kind of shirts that would get Five Below shut down in Florida, you know. Because it used to be you'd go there and the T-shirts would be like, I'll fart if I want your opinion, you know. So that's where I got my dog sniffing another dog's ass T-shirt and things like that. So, again, I don't know if it's been like that for a while. It has been a while since I've been in a Five Below. But I always gravitate over to the T-shirts to see if there's part 2 of I'll fart if I want your opinion. And it wasn't that. It was a lot more kind of, like Bill said, affirmations. And like, touchy-feely type stuff, which is fine. Not geared towards somebody like me, obviously. Let's be real. The T-shirts at Five Below are never geared toward me. It's just that I'm a child. And so a T-shirt that would obviously appeal to younger people is going to make me laugh.
Well,
and that's what happened.
Your emotions are valid when it comes to the T-shirts.
Thank you,
at
Bill. I
Five
appreciate
Below.
that.
I disagree.
Thank you. Well, I've tried to be nice, and there it is. But
have you tried worrying less and praying more?
Oh, I definitely did not try that, but maybe I'll give that a go.
Have you lived, laughed, and or loved?
I have lived. I have laughed. Yeah, I've done all three.
Well,
I have done
why are you
all
still
three.
broken?
I'm not currently doing. Am I currently doing all three? Well, the day's young, but yeah, sure. But again, there are things that your boyfriend puts things like that up on the wall.
Yeah.
In the house, because that gives him, if he is as you've described him in the past, that's probably something that just kind of calms him down, right? He can look at that and he can say, hey, look at that, honey, I'm working on this or whatever.
Our house is just full of instructions. Like in our bathroom alone, we have 2 different signs, one on the wall that I bought for my old apartment. It's just like a tub, and then it says breathe, relax, unwind. And then he bought this smaller one.
That's when you got a real tough one brewing?
Yeah, you just got to lay, you know, lay down, let it go. And then he bought a smaller one to go in like our over the toilet cabinet that says brush, wash, rinse, floss. So it's just instructions in my house. It says eat in the kitchen. It says hello in the living room. It's just everywhere you look, it's telling you to do something.
You want to make sure that your house is always talking to you.
Right.
You know, because until you came along, he was largely living by himself.
Yes.
And now that he has somebody who is sometimes around,
every now and then.
not always talking to him.
Right.
I'm sure sometimes you retreat to your corners. Those things remain. I like the people who have the sign in their bathroom that says, please don't do cocaine in the bathroom. You've seen that?
No. But
Please don't do cocaine in the bathroom.
Well, if you don't want to use your bathroom, I just won't use your bathroom then.
It's more of a basement drug, I think.
Cocaine is a basement drug.
Yeah.
Hey, do you have a cold shower or anything down there? I can do a couple of bumps. That'd be nice.
I mean, if you're doing cocaine in someone's bathroom, then they're not being a good host.
I was going to say, you do it out in the open.
Yeah.
Cocaine people are not ashamed to do cocaine.
Well, if you're in someone's house, again, this isn't somebody's ratty apartment. This is a house
This is
with
a
a
home.
family.
Yes.
Yeah, that's
like
right.
A toddler bed.
They're being cheeky, but there are probably, listen, we all have friends who are still doing cocaine, even if they have children and are married or whatever. They have not let that stop them one iota from having maybe a Wednesday night bump or something. So that's
just a bump.
Well, whatever. But there are people running around. You don't have to be a degenerate to be doing cocaine, I guess. It's not my thing, but there are still plenty of 9 to 5ers who do it. If I haven't done it yet, I ain't going to do it.
You've never done it?
No, I've never done cocaine.
Right before I
done
got
everything
sober.
else. Never done cocaine. I don't like things around my nose.
I made it 20.
You can shoot it.
I'm not going to do that.
You can smoke it? Yeah.
And I'm not going to do
Whitney.
that. No.
I made it 29 years without trying cocaine. And then from the time I tried it to the time I got completely sober altogether was like 6 weeks because I did a lot of cocaine in those 6 weeks. I was like, man, this is awesome. This is probably going to ruin my life.
Just wasn't for me.
Yeah.
I don't ever remember having fun around people that were, I don't know, it wasn't, it wasn't for me. You know,
Doesn't have to be.
Makes some people, gives them a good run, but that was not my thing.
Yeah, I remember that. That's why Mary was so concerning in those times. I didn't know you were
those
doing,
last 6 weeks?
I knew you had done cocaine.
A mutual
just
friend
started.
of ours is who got me on it.
Yeah, and I didn't realize you had ramped up that much.
Oh, yeah. It started
not offered it to me, got me on it.
Got me on it. Offered it to me, but then
he would call me to make sure that I had done it.
Continuously
That's right.
get me on it.
If you run out, I've got more.
Yeah.
It's super cheap now.
No, it was.
I want to make sure that you get into it.
The first 2 weeks, I did it 2 weekends in a row. And then it was like the following week, it was like twice that week. And then the week after that, it was like 3 times.
And would he call you to make sure that you were keeping up on your cocaine
Well, it was
habit?
a she. And
would she call you and make sure that?
We hung out quite a bit to begin with. And then I also had friends that I worked with at the time who did a lot of it. So it was just, I had always said no, 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 no. And then once I started to say yes, it was like the floodgates opened. Yeah.
You were like Sean Young and Jimmy Woods in The Boost.
Well, sure. I know what all those things mean.
That's a fantastic reference. Okay, well, but you finally saw the end of the road and like, I think I'm just going to... Did you quit drinking and cocaine at the same time?
Well, yeah, because the fun thing about cocaine is that it makes you feel like you can drink forever. So you do. So as somebody who
Doesn't
already...
alcohol also make you feel like you can drink forever?
Your brain shuts down at some point and you go to sleep. It's called a blackout. But the fun thing about a blackout is that when you start to feel it coming on, you just do some cocaine, and then guess what? There's 3 more hours of drinking.
Hey.
And then that lasts for 4 or 5 days. And,
Boy, you must have smelled great.
I wasn't showering very often. I'll tell you that much.
Well, self-care is the first thing to go.
Having too much fun to take a shower or wash my clothes. Alan. Sleeping. How am I going to take a shower if I'm sleeping in my car?
Well, you got a good point there.
Amen.
Got a good point. I've got to take a break. If you want to send a text for something, 35192 to get me there. AlanCoxShow.com for all the other stuff, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart device. Just
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
Studies show that listening to classical music can temporarily raise your IQ.
I feel pretty smart.
If you're looking for the opposite effect, just stay tuned.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
What do you think, Cody?
Steely Dan?
No.
Not the worst guess. Not the worst guess he's ever made. I mean, it's definitely not Steely Dan.
No, not Steely Dan. The song is called Houses of the Holy. Is that ringing bells?
No, but have we talked about this band before?
A couple of times, yeah, here and there.
But nobody I would really remember.
I think you would, yeah. I mean, they have a lot of music, so every song you hear is probably the first time you're hearing it.
Not Skinner.
Not Skinnerd is correct. It is not Skinnerd. The guy singing's name is Robert Plant.
Yeah.
Houses of the Holy. I'm playing it because it came out 50 years ago today.
Jeez.
Title song to the album, Houses of the Holy, some of the best known and loved songs from Led Zeppelin. We're on this. This is their
He
fifth
was right
album.
there.
He was right. It is not Skinnerd. So he did get that correct.
And it's not Steely Dan, but he thought it was.
Song remains the same in the Ocean and North Quarter, and yeah, so many great songs on this. But yeah, 50 years ago today, they dropped Houses of the Holy. Jimmy Page produced it. They recorded it at Mick Jagger's English country house. You know, if you're English and you're famous and rich, you need to have a country house. You need to have a place you can go out and just the countryside, maybe perhaps by the sea.
I want one.
And
that'd be cool.
You have a home by the sea.
No, but I don't have a country house.
Phil Collins did too. Yeah. You don't have a country house.
I don't have a country
You get one out there in Stark County, or what qualifies as the countryside? I
Dude,
mean,
Brian's ex-wife is looking to buy in Columbia Station. And I was
God,
like,
we had a landlord that lived out there.
that
and,
is
like,
that
it's
is the
out there, boy.
countryside.
Yeah,
I told
it
her, I was
is.
like, yo, there's not, because they're in Avon Lake right now. And
Well, although I will say there's more in Columbia Station now than there used to be. I mean,
sure.
It was a decade ago we were going out there. When we would go out of town, our landlords at the time were kind enough to watch Juno, and so we would drop her off before we'd fly to town. But
she probably loved it.
oh
to
my God, yeah, they were
run
running around chasing chickens, and that was
Yeah.
great. Yeah, but yeah, it's out there, boy.
Yeah, it's not close. And it's so funny because before this, Brian and I were tossing around the idea of moving to Avon Lake to be in the same, city to make custody and stuff easier. And then she's like, yeah, we're thinking about buying a Columbia Station. I was like, how do you even land on such a far away place?
Because I think they're developing out there.
Well, they
Wasn't
are.
there a football player just sold a big place out there? Some
was
guy
it-
that
Yeah, I
left
think-
the Browns
yeah.
was
it was the one
Odell
that
Beckham
caused,
Jr.
Yeah, it's the one
Yeah.
causing all the problems. He had like a $2 million sneaker room or something like that. Like
Yeah.
an entire room that was a walk-in closet for shoes.
There you go. He was probably the black guy in Columbia Station.
No, anytime I look on Zillow, there's like everything says new construction. There's
Yeah.
like 30 new construction.
They're
So they're
blowing it up
probably
out there.
yeah, putting up a couple
Developments
and
stuff like that. Yeah.
Now, for those of you who live near there and you're saying, Alan, what are you talking about? It's right up the road. It's not out there. All right, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say that was where my cult church was growing up. We had a tiny little church with like maybe 30. It was like 6 huge families, maybe 30 members.
Church.
Yeah, it was
They
our.
had all those tiny church
There
houses.
was that's exactly what it was. It was this tiny little church
wood
house,
plank floors.
and it was like maybe 5. Man, it was probably more than 5, but less than 10 families that attended this church. It was in North Eaton, Ohio. And yeah. I was like, how do I tell them that this is childhood trauma for me? And I can't exactly. I'm using that as an excuse, but.
Well, yeah, going to church is childhood trauma for every kid.
But I'm saying that area.
Yeah.
Sparks some
location too. Yeah.
I'm wondering if there's still people. There's got to still be people like that out there. I don't even know if the church is still there anymore. But it is
probably a mega church right now. Probably
I was going to say those kinds of churches are much bigger
numbers,
now. Yeah, they took over old Montgomery Ward stores and Sears and things. And
there's that one when you're driving down the Canton that's just off the highway, and it's one of those giant mega churches that's like got 10,000 seats.
They got a cool hip lowercase font.
When I was growing up, my church was in a strip mall.
Yeah.
That's how they started out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The church don't got its own building. I feel like you at the wrong church. Like,
Well,
I mean, how are you going to believe and be like, you're renting in a strip mall and
to
this is the Lord's
more.
church?
It was
I
in a
don't know
strip
about
mall,
this.
and then they built their own facility, and then now, they actually did really well. They have like a school there now.
At least the cult that I was in is like the richest cult
Yeah,
in
you
the
guys
entire
have billions
world.
of dollars.
Yeah, he had the big.
They're getting in trouble because they have so much money.
Not my cult, babe.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
I do remember, this is just a random church story. The one time our Sunday school teacher was so old. And she was old when I was like 7. So I don't know how old she actually was, but her name was Dobby. And the one time, I forget what the overall message. Dobby, D-O-B-B-Y, or I-E, Dobby.
Like the elf?
Yeah, like I think Dobby. That's what, I don't know what her real name was. We called her Dobby. But I don't remember what the lesson was of Sunday school that day, but it had to do with her dissolving Alka-Seltzer in water.
Mm-hmm.
So probably something about like when you take Jesus as your savior, he becomes part of you.
Your
or something.
body
I
is
don't know.
filthy and dirty, and you should never, ever have anything to do with it.
So we all had we're little,
You ever
like
heard of
7 or 8. We all had
cake. Just have some Alka-Seltzer.
Well, we all had little cups of water, and she made us dissolve Alka-Seltzer in it and then drink it. And this was like cult level church where we weren't supposed to be taking any kind of medication. Like you're not supposed to be taking Advil. You're supposed to pray away all your diseases. And a bunch of the parents got really mad at her for feeding the kids Alka-Seltzer during Sunday school. It was like a big drama deal that Dobby gave everybody Alka-Seltzer.
My kids came home singing plop, flop, fizz, fizz. What the hell are you teaching them over there? Alan, what's Mary talking about? Columbia Station borders Berea and Strongsville.
I know, but it's like
it's out there, though.
It's out there.
Yeah.
I worked at Columbia Hills Country Club, and I remember it being like rich hillbillies. You know what I mean? Like they owned construction companies and things like that. It was just like people who wanted their space. The first time I got drunk in a cornfield was in Columbia Station.
Yeah. Speaking of which, you were in the corn all weekend, weren't you?
Dude.
Weren't you in Iowa?
I was in Iowa. I went out to Iowa for a college gig on Saturday. And we went through the lineup last week where it was like this big...
You were following a hypnotist.
I was following a hypnotist, and it was this big event that they had like different rooms. You were playing dodgeball in one room. They were showing the movie Cars in another room. There was an arts and crafts station. I got there while the hypnotist was on, because he was on from 8 to 9:30. I went on at 10, right? I get there at like 9 o'clock, and there are 500 kids in this auditorium, maybe more. They had set up 350 chairs, and there were people I sent you guys a video. There were people lined up all the way around this auditorium. And I was like, oh, this is actually going to be like a real show. Like amazing.
A real show.
Right, because these
like I'm a
college
real
gigs,
comedian.
right, these college gigs can be so brutal. After he got off stage, they're like, all right, come back in 10 minutes for the comedy show. I was like, what are you doing now?
Come back in 10 minutes.
They wanted to clear the room out and so people could go get like a snack. Because remember, I went on at the same time as the Uncrustables that were being served. So, but...
Man, you're never going to defeat Uncrustables.
I'll never win.
You could be Dave Chappelle, and Uncrustables would still be better.
It was me, Uncrustables, and the movie Cars all started at the same time.
Yeah.
So I'm up against it.
At college, they're showing Cars.
Right. But I would say probably between 250 and 300 students came back in. So it was incredible. By far the best college gig I've ever had. And it was a really good show.
And they weren't like, oh, bring back the hypnotist.
No, they
like,
loved
were just
it.
like,
They had a great time.
Bring back the hypnotist.
Well, you could have put that in their head.
Well, I was going to say, that's what I asked you
Pay
last
the
week.
hypnotist more.
Do you think that the hypnotist might have paid it forward?
Well,
and put a suggestion in everyone's head? Make sure you come back to this room.
I don't know if you guys have ever seen a hypnotist show. But it's very, like, especially for college kids.
Very
I feel
interactive.
like college kids are the perfect age for it because it's like,
Yeah, how are you going to have a non-interactive hypnotist show?
well, yeah, but it's exciting and the people are acting all weird, so it's very funny. So everyone was like in a good mood, ready to laugh. So it was a great setup. It was an amazing show. And then yesterday I drove 8 hours to Oneonta, New York, which is the middle of nowhere.
I've been there, yeah.
I kept calling it Oneonta. It's Oneonta. Oneonta.
There's a SUNY Oneonta is up there.
That's
right?
the one I was at.
Yeah.
Yes. And I got there and it was like in the basement. And the one girl, when I checked in, I was like, hey, I'm here for a comedy show. She goes, oh, I think that got canceled. I was like, I'll kill someone. I swear, if I've been awake and driving since 4:30 this morning, I will
You could have hiked the Appalachian Trail. Doesn't it end up there?
9 o'clock at night.
Yeah, you could. Come
I
on.
think it got canceled. What type of?
I mean, she's 19,
Yeah, she
working
doesn't
at the
know.
student union.
That's
Right.
why I can't deal with.
It's just a
stuff
student
like
job. She's
Yeah.
not like a professional booker.
So she was like, I think it got canceled. If it's still going on, it's downstairs. And I was like, I swear. But I walked downstairs and I hear singing. And I was like, well, maybe it's like choir practice or something. And I look in this room and there's like a Jesus group meeting and they're all praising and worshiping. And it's like Fellowship of the Red Dragons because it's their mascot is the Red Dragon. So this is like their youth group on
That's a false
campus.
prophet. They can't do that.
Well, no, like that was like their like
The
Red
college
Dragon youth group or
organization,
whatever, you know. They weren't praising the Red Dragon.
False
That's
prophet.
what they were doing.
Yes.
But
Yeah, no Christians ever praise a false prophet.
not once.
Yeah.
But I was like, oh great. When this gets out, this is gonna be the Jesus kids are gonna come. But it ended up being like 50 kids last night too. And
Hey,
it was
there
like
you go.
a small room that they had round. It was set up kind of like a comedy club. Like they did a really good job. So I had back-to-back successful college gigs that I made
nice.
good
You
money.
needed a couple wins on
I
the
needed
college
some
gigs.
wins on the
Yeah.
college gigs big time. So it was really a great weekend for me. I've been up
You've been up since when?
4:30 this morning. I
Hey, me
drove
too.
straight in, went home, got changed, and come to work pretty much.
That's nuts.
Why is that nuts, Cody?
It's so early.
Yes. What do you mean? Why? Is
Just
that
depends on
nuts?
when you went to bed.
I went to bed about 10:30, 11.
I mean, you were getting up early in the initial days of Orange Theory, weren't you?
Not 4:30.
I thought he was going at like 5 o'clock classes or something.
He went to one early one.
I went to one 6:10 class, and it was because all the classes filled up, and I had to get my classes for the week. So I was like, I got to go to one. I'm no stranger to getting up early if I have to, but that was a fluke on my end. I forgot how quickly those fill up because everyone just wants to get into an Orange Theory fitness class.
God, I'll tell you what, 4:30 is great because like everyone's asleep. Like,
I will
the world's
say
asleep.
that.
It's so quiet and you get work done. Oh, it's
I
great.
cruised. I was doing like 85. Not a single person on the road. Barely even any truckers out. Like the first probably 4 hours of my drive today were smooth. Nothing. And then I had to stop and pee and eat some breakfast. And then the second 4 hours, there was a lot more traffic. You're hitting like, rush hour and things like that. And then from Erie to Cleveland, that 90-mile stretch took the longest by far.
And-
I mean, that's the most populated part, but
It was crazy because the only time I've ever I wasn't working obviously, but I've gone on vacation out of the state, and the only time I've ever appeared on the show and was in a state earlier that morning was when we were in Charleston, and for whatever reason, I think it was the flight was cheaper from catching a flight from Myrtle Beach rather than Charleston, so we had to drive all the way up to Charleston that morning, or Myrtle Beach that morning, and we didn't anticipate having rush hour traffic, and we sat on a bridge for like an hour, and I was like, we're going to miss our flight, and there's no way we're going to make the show. Somehow, some way, we made it like with a half hour to spare, and I got to the show on time.
Awesome.
Well, that's good for you.
No,
You did it.
But it's just weird waking up in a different time zone, or not time zone,
Welcome to
but
my life,
different
dude.
state, and then having to go to work later that day. It was just
dude,
nuts.
I've done that every time I'm in here with all my luggage. And I'm like, yeah, when I got back from Texas or South Carolina, I had two
he's just saying it's
huge
weird.
bags.
It
So he
just
doesn't pay
feels
attention to
weird.
when you do it.
Oh.
I do pay attention, but I have never experienced that, so I can't really relate until
He's co-signing.
I wasn't working. I was on vacation, and it was nuts. So I can't imagine if I was like working. Usually I'd be like, oh, I'll just take the whole day off. Just want to relieve that stress, so I don't have to worry about it. But
I thought about it. When my alarm went off at 4 o'clock this morning, I was like, screw this, dude. I'm not doing it. I'm never leaving. Because it's an all-day commitment. Because it's like, well, if I don't get up and leave now to get home by noon or 12:30, and I wait, I sleep in, call off work, and leave at 11, and I'm home at 7 o'clock at night, like there's no winning. You wake your ass up and you do what you got to do, Cody.
Yeah, so hit the road when there's nobody driving.
Everybody give Mary credit for
Someone
getting
give me
up.
credit.
Yeah.
I have makeup on today. Do you understand
Makeup.
what is happening?
She woke up.
So wait, you got up at 4:30 and put makeup on?
No, I took a shower when I got home. I'm taking my little sister out for dinner for her birthday tonight.
Oh, is she the big 30, right?
She's the big 30. She turned 30 on Saturday.
Dirty 30 Club. Welcome.
Alan, that is a huge, huge shame. I like hearing Mary cry over her bad gigs.
Oh, sorry. That sucks that you had fun doing what you love.
It does provide great content, though.
And trust me.
The gigs that go well are not as fun to talk about. But
I mean, that whole segment took 6 minutes. And me being like, it was amazing. Everything was great.
Well, like Bill said, you need a win, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need a few.
I mean, I've been doing college gigs with this same booker since, I did a couple in 2019 and then everything shut down, but for 2 straight years, and they've all been bad. Like, no joke, up until this weekend, they've all been pretty terrible. So that was about time, I think.
Well, and the booker can't control that either.
No, not at all.
It's like, hey, here's somebody with money,
right?
And they want a comedian. It's a college. You go, all right. Is it up the street? No. It's in Oneonta, New York.
Well, and because
cool.
it's in the middle of nowhere, my options were like fly into Albany, which I would have to change planes and it'd be a 5-hour flight anyway, rent a car and drive an hour and a half. So it's a 6.5 hour travel day anyway, or just drive that. It was like there were no easy options for this one, but it was good. It was really good.
Did you think that the hypnotist was full of crap, or did you?
I can never tell.
Okay.
There's a part of me, because of religious upbringing, that, I've seen people anointed with the Holy Ghost and speak in tongues. So I'm like, there's a part of me that's like, it's real. There's got to be a realness to it.
That's your control group?
Yes. There's got to be a realness to it. And there's like medical professionals who talk about hypnosis for weight loss and quitting smoking and things like that, like actual legitimate doctors that say you can access parts of your brain in those like hypnotic states or whatever. But do I think that the show is fully real? I think the kids are buying into it and they want to be a part of something. So I don't know where I land on hypnosis.
They're open to suggestion is what you're saying?
Yeah.
It was funny because I never got to participate in any of the activities when I was in college, but the hypnotist would come like every other year. They would bring or every other semester they would bring hypnotists in, and there were kids that didn't really talk much, and they weren't very smart, and they had them up there doing like math equations, and I'm like, I know this dude for sure is a dummy, and they're in there like, oh, skip every third number, and they would do it in sequence, like they would say it perfectly every time, and I'm like, wow, if they didn't mess up, they didn't stutter.
Why didn't you ever get up in there to try to see if you get hypnotized?
I wanted to know if it was real or fake, because I was like, I'm no stranger to embarrassing myself, so I don't care if I get up there and BS, but I would raise my hand and other people would get picked. So I'm thinking, I'm like, oh, well, maybe they already rehearsed this, so maybe it is rehearsed. But I'm like, there's no way you could do it without a flaw every single time. So there might be something to it. There were people up there that I knew afterwards, and they were like, oh, no, I was acting. But he would get people off the stage that he said would fall out of it, or it didn't work on them. So he would openly say like, "Oh, okay, yeah, I can see that you're playing." So he would get dismissed. But the people that stayed up there, they seem to be really convincing. So either they're really good actors.
Yeah, see, that's what I couldn't tell either, because it was also
I think you'd be able to tell.
Well,
it's not like they got the drama club in there and put them all throughout the.
In here.
Huh? No, that's why I was like, I think it's real. I don't know.
Well, we'll bring somebody in here and we'll have them hypnotize Poundcake.
No, there's like 10%. I was Googling it. It said like on Cleveland Clinic's website, it was like 10% of people are prone to hypnosis, that it doesn't work on the entire population.
Right. You got to be dim.
I don't know about that.
Eh.
I think it's something to do with your brain.
You don't think being dim has to do with your brain? I think it's going to work on Mary.
She's dim.
It'll probably work on me. Listen, I just am here to tell you that speaking in tongues is real. Magicians are liars. Hypnosis, I don't know. Jury's still out.
That's her holy trinity right there.
Right.
She got it all figured out. I'm going to get a hypnotist to come in here and do Poundcake.
Okay.
No, why is it always got to be me? I don't want to.
It doesn't always have to be you, but this time it will be.
I got to run the cameras.
Why not? What are you afraid of?
I don't know.
I mean, I'll let them try.
Something.
I'll let them try. I do not think I could be hypnotized.
I bet I could.
Why don't we see if they can get Poundcake to stop smoking?
Yeah, there you go.
I think we should get them to see if they can get Poundcake to start smoking.
I don't think it works that way.
I'm being here like
I'll be impressed.
Well, I asked the guy because me and the hypnotist were on the same flight in and out of Iowa. There's only one airport with 2 gates at the Waterloo Regional Airport.
Yeah, Waterloo.
But I was talking with him after when we were waiting on our flight out, and he was saying, because I asked him, I was like, I've had people who've talked about weight loss hypnosis or addiction hypnosis. And he was like, you can definitely do it. He goes, but at the end of the day, the person has to be ready to quit. So if they do it for smoking and they're not mentally ready to quit, then it's not going to work.
That's his escape hatch.
It
didn't work because they weren't ready to do it. They didn't really want to act like a chicken.
But to a certain degree.
They weren't committed to acting like a chicken.
My therapist has said that before, too.
But that's because you don't need hypnosis. If you're not ready, it's not going to work for you, irrespective of if you're being hypnotized.
Well, and that's exactly his point, is that you have to, because I was talking to my therapist earlier in the year and last year about gambling addiction, and he was saying how, you're very clearly not ready to quit yet. It's so connected to your dad that you're not ready to quit. So until you're ready to quit, which is true of any addiction, until you hit bottom, it's not going to happen. And that's kind of like what the hypnotist was saying, where he's like, if you don't really want to quit smoking, I'll put you under, but nothing's going to happen. I'll take your money if you want me to.
Poundcake's been hitting bottoms for a long time now. Let's see, get this guy in here and see what he can do for him.
Mary, I bet you $50 you're ready to quit.
Enough out of you.
Double or nothing. I'll take that action. All right, well, let me take a break here and see if we can hypnotize you with some amazing advertisements here on WMMS.
You want to go to Wendy's. Why did I come Dracula?
Hey, I want to buy a couch. All right, you can text 35192, and you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Where is their bread buttered? Right here. This show.
Rock. And Alan Cox.
In addition to being Captain Fun, I'm a nice guy, right?
You're at home with the Cavaliers.
Straight down the lane, pow! 100.7 WMMS.
This is Doug Gottlieb. Here's what's trending from the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Ohio Laborers and Ohio Lesson.
The Guardians are locking up one of their core players. They agreed to terms on a long-term extension with All-Star second baseman Andres Gimenez. A sale of the NFL's Washington Commanders may happen sooner than later. ESPN's reporting a group has submitted a bid that meets owner Dan Snyder's asking price. And Browns owner Jimmy Haslam is defending Deshaun Watson's fully guaranteed contract. He said at the NFL meetings the deal was in the team's best interest. I'm Scott Davidson.
New projects, new opportunities. Tomorrow's infrastructure is in the skilled hands of the Ohio laborers. From roads and bridges to buildings and solar farms, the Ohio laborers do it all. Build Ohio right. Build a union.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Yo, it's Dieter. We got to talk insurance. More specifically, Amica Insurance. Their representatives are there for you every step of the way, providing personalized coverage tailored to fit you, your family, and the life you're building. Do you know they have 98% customer loyalty and named one of America's best insurance companies of 2023 by Forbes? So you know you can trust Amica to provide reliable and genuine care. Don't just take my word for it. Choose Amica and experience it for yourself. Visit Amica.com, AMICA.com. As Amica always says, empathy is our best policy.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take us with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio. I've tried a lot of language learning apps lately, and Rosetta Stone is hands down my favorite. I love that it teaches you phrases you can use in real-life conversations. And they have the best speech recognition tool. It tells you how accurate your pronunciation is, so you can really nail your accent. Learn almost any language you want, like Spanish, Italian, Chinese, and Korean. Or get access to all 25 languages for life with Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Check it out at rosettastone.com.
Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is a bacon or sausage egg croissant plus small seasoned potatoes for $3. It's the breakfast that don't miss. So if you did miss Wendy's breakfast, don't imagine fresh cracked eggs, sizzling sausage, crispy bacon, and block out those hot, buttery, flaky croissants. Croissants don't really make a sound, but if they did, for a breakfast that don't miss, Wendy's is that breakfast. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's. Select a request $3 breakfast deal to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders.
Woo! The madness of March has made it back to Nissan in North Homestead and I-90 Nissan. It's Mike. Buy, slam it, jam it, D'Amato here, bringing the excitement from the hardwood floors to our showroom floors. It's our tournament of savings. Just pick any of our sweet 16 Nissan models with slam dunk deals. In the first round, just ask our Duke Good Deals deal. I can't dunk a donut, Belza? He'll provide you an assist, score a basket of bargains in every single bracket. In the second round, hold on to your Buckeyes as we drop APRs as low as 0%. That's almost like free money. What other dealer has the Gonzagas to do that? And if some other dealer somewhere else is hard pressing you, forcing you to turn the ball over, tell them to stop, put your hand up, and do what Jimmy D always did best. Slap a T and throw him to the showers. Only at Nissan in North Homestead and I-90 Nissan. Cause the deals are so good. Come catch the Final Four at BigNissan.com.
Dazzling decal on Daisy's Donuts window. Bold banner at Barry's Barbershop. Prominent poster at Penny's on Park Place.
This is your sign. Well, signs. To try Staples and see the difference. Get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more.
From Staples, and I couldn't miss it.
Ends 4/15. Visit staplesconnect.com/printbig for details.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
Cards issued by Celtic Bank, member FDIC. Are you the decision maker in your company? Consider this. For the first time in decades, there's a better option for a corporate card and spend management platform. Meet Ramp, the only corporate card and spend management system designed to help you spend less money so you can make more. Most corporate credit cards offer points as incentives, but those points amount to less than their worth in real cash value. Ramp's business cards offer you cash back, real money in your pocket. Plus, you control who spends what with each vendor. And Ramp's software collects and verifies receipts automatically, which means you'll stop wasteful spending and close your books in hours instead of days. Businesses that use Ramp add up to 3.5% to their bottom line the first year. If you're a decision maker, adding Ramp could be one of the best decisions you've ever made. And now get $250 when you join Ramp for free. Just go to ramp.com/radio. Ramp.com/radio. RAMP.com/radio.
Hey, it's Rover for DraftKings Sportsbook. The biggest tournament in college basketball is heating up. The top teams are gearing up for an epic finish, but there's still plenty of time to join the college hoops action on DraftKings Sportsbook. New customers can make a $5 pregame moneyline bet and score $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. DraftKings will be featuring parlays and odds boosts for the rest of the tournament, so be sure to check out the app every day to see what they have in store. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and sign up with code BUZZARD. New customers can bet $5 on any pregame money line and get $150 in bonus bets if their team wins. That's code BUZZARD. Only at DraftKings Sportsbook. 21 and older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Physically present in Ohio. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. Eligibility and deposit restrictions apply. Terms at sportsbook.draftkings.com/basketball terms.
It's March, and you know what that means. Taxes are almost due. Jackson Hewitt can help you win tax season. That's the sound of your maximum tax refund. The sound of getting 50% off tax prep. The sound of many of our competitors' prices going up. And the sound of getting to your nearest Jackson Hewitt. Hurry in for 50% off tax prep before this offer expires April 9th. Limited time offer for new clients filing in participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Experience the future of connectivity with Spectrum One. You get Spectrum Internet delivering the fastest speeds in the nation for $49.99 a month. Advanced Wi-Fi for enhanced privacy and security, free for 12 months. And a Spectrum mobile line with unlimited talk, text, and data, plus nationwide 5G, free for 12 months. That's Spectrum One. Visit Spectrum.com or your local Spectrum store today. Offer subject to change. Valid for qualified residential customers only. Service not available in all areas. Restrictions apply.
Get Go Cafe and Market. Fresh, made-to-order food and exciting flavors. Chef-inspired grab-and-go items, so you can eat great even when you're in a rush. And huge fuel savings with My Perks and Advantage Pay. Catch the captain before it's gone. Crunchy, beer-battered wild-caught cod on a sub or sandwich. And it's the last chance to grab the Skipper Shrimp Po' Boy, made with the finest shrimp and crunchy buttermilk breading. Get Go Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, trunk lids, license plate holders, and headlights. They've got lots of headlights. When you need parts, get it right the first time with eBay Guaranteed Fit. When you see the check, you know that part's gonna fit. eBay Motors, let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Portions of the following program were pre-recorded.
100.7 WMMS, Cleveland. Call the Alan Cox Show.
Is that what you want to do? Think about it, Alan. Once divorced and a broken man.
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com if you want to watch. Alan, you guys are talking about 10% of the people that can't get, or 10% of people can be hypnotized. It's essentially the same thing as how 10% of people will be healed with a placebo. It's the same theory there. Same idea there.
So you're saying that placebos actually work?
Well,
on
for
10% of people.
Yeah, on 10% of people,
Yeah.
a placebo will work. The power of suggestion. They'll go, ooh, I'm feeling so much better with this.
That's
They go,
me.
guess
That's
what?
me 100%.
It's sugar pills, baby.
You tell me that anything is supposed to do something. It doesn't matter what it is. If you eat this food, you will feel this way. And then an hour later, I'm like, you know what? I do feel that way.
Psychosomatic, you go,
Even if you totally make
boy.
it up.
Yeah.
I've always said that
Because
marketing.
that's what yeah, but I mean, that's what they tell you about therapy.
What?
This will make you feel better.
My therapist doesn't really tell me to do anything.
No. That's the thought behind therapy. This will make you feel better. Do you feel better?
Yeah.
Okay, well, there you go. Now, is that the placebo effect, or do you think that it's actually doing something?
No, it's actually doing something.
Okay.
I started going weekly again.
I don't think most therapists tell people to do anything. I think they just help them kind of sort out their thoughts.
Right.
Mine used to have homework for me.
Well, to a
Well, you
certain
love homework, so that makes sense
degree.
for you.
I don't love homework,
You
but
love
you had
homework.
to do it.
What kind of homework?
I wasn't asking for homework.
Like, hey, try this next time you're in this situation, or like physical written things?
A little of both.
Because I think the former, where they're like, okay, well, next time you're in this situation, try ABC and then tell me how it goes. I think that's pretty standard if
Okay.
you're trying to change your behaviors.
Yeah.
But if he's telling you to come in with a list of, I don't even know. I've never had homework in therapy. Like written homework.
Yeah, but you always come with plenty of things to talk about, too.
100%. I have notes on my phone where I'm like, today, this is what I want to talk about. And I sit down.
You do your own homework. You do your pre-homework. Looking
My
for
pre-show
extra
prep.
extra credit. Hey, Dick.
Hey, how you doing, guys? I just wanted to go Cavaliers.
Yes. Regular season's almost over, Dick.
They've clinched a playoff
Yeah,
spot.
They sure did.
Garland and, oh, my gosh, Mitchell.
Those
It
are two
looks like
guys,
a-
yeah.
Yeah, the best. Oh, I just wanted to tell you, 2 weeks, I know your mom had a birthday, but in 2 weeks, I get to play 2 shows. I get to play a ukulele show, and they're going to have a
Whose
little
mom,
party
Dick?
for me on Blue. Pardon me?
Whose mom had a birthday?
No, you said your mom last year around April, wasn't it? Your mother?
My mom has a birthday every year. It's in November.
All November. But I just wanted to tell you, I think the Indians they're going to play the Yankees and beat them this year.
You mean the Guardians, Dick?
The Guardians, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
You think that the Guardians are... So my mom's birthday, you have a gig coming up. Those Cavaliers look great, and the Guardians are going to beat the Yankees.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the playoffs.
The Guardians just extended Andres Jimenez. So that's pretty cool.
Got him in long term, Dick. What do you think about that?
I think it's pretty cool. I think it's pretty cool.
You know,
But,
Dick, we're going to be doing. We're going to be on the air for the Guardians home opener. We're going to be inside Progressive Field. You should come out and say hello.
Yeah, I'd love to. I really would. You know, I should.
Of course you should. You're a Guardians fan, right?
Right.
Yes.
Right. I like. Right. Yeah. And yeah, it's. I'm telling you, I don't know, Bill or Alan or who's your guest in there? Is that Mary or is that
yes,
somebody
this is our
else?
guest, Mary.
Yep.
This is our guest.
Mary,
I'm
how
Mary
are you?
Santora. I'm a comic. I'm sitting in today.
This is our guest, Mary.
What's up, Mary?
What up?
Uh-huh.
How are you? It's been a year since you've been down there. I wish you'd come back to Wiley's again, you know?
Yeah, hopefully I'll be there this fall. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm hoping. I had a real good time, you know?
You were the star of the show.
Now, Dick, if Mary does return to Wiley's there in Dayton, will you have a new song to perform for her?
Yes, I'm going to do Karina.
Okay, I was going to say,
And
I
got
realize none of
another
your
one.
songs are new songs, but I mean new to you.
No, but this one I'm going to do, I can do, you know, with the way that I've learned this land. The Sloop on Bee song I can do pretty good on
Yeah,
the uke. I've been, it's pretty good. I tell you, it's hard. Now, I took my mandolin to the banjo practice the other night, and it seems like the banjo group is, it's all, you know, everybody passed away, but we don't get many people anymore. But maybe the spring will bring us back.
Because
You know
everybody
what I mean?
passed away, you mean?
Yeah, but I'm having too much fun, Bill and Mary. I love it. You know,
Well, I guess that's probably
Dance under graves.
I was going to say that's probably kind of an occupational hazard for what you do, right? Is some attrition.
Yeah. And I do want to. It said my cousin she usually says me my birthday, but I don't know. She is Carla at Olmsted Falls. She's
Carla.
a big. Her boys, they used to go to all the opening games. I don't know if she goes anymore, but she's a big. My Uncle Carl was a big Indians fan. He lived in Berea, and then my other uncle, he was cousin Benny. He lived in Parma. I miss him, and then my Uncle Tony, and then my other cousins. But it was nice, you know, back in the days. I remember when I was young, listening to Neb Chandler on the Browns. He was one of my favorites, Alan, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought I'd check in. Have a good day.
I guess I got to that a little late, didn't I?
Yeah, a little bit.
Could have gotten to that probably about 5 minutes ago, but well, I'm a little off my game today. I'm sorry, but there's.
But you did kind of slip something in there where we're going to be on opening day.
We are going to be at the Corner Bar
On
in
home
Progressive Field for the Guardians home opener on April the 7th. Yeah. It's going to be very similar to what we did for St. Patrick's Day. We're all going to be there. We're not going to do this show. But I think Stansbury's going to be there. Nice. We're all going to be there. Yeah, so we're just going to be kind of running around and just kind of cutting in and saying what's up. And,
From when to when?
I don't know that yet.
The game starts at 4.
Game's at 4:10. So it'll probably be like St. Patty's Day was.
Yeah.
Probably start early.
Like 11 to 4?
I don't know.
Not like 7 a.m.
No.
Okay, yeah.
I just know where we'll be. I was told that's where we're going to be, so that's where we're going to be. And if Mary ever gets back down to Dayton, is it down to Dayton?
Down to Dayton.
ever gets back down to Dayton, Dick can perform for her.
See it. Let's see that
again.
beautiful thing.
Cut out that first part.
Hells no.
No,
That's the
so
only entertaining
cringy.
part of the entire
so
clip.
Cringy.
Let me see it. Let's see that beautiful thing.
Oh, I don't even know why it just came out. I just said it.
Let's see that beautiful thing.
I don't know.
What's the matter with that?
Give us a little something.
You're meeting it for the first time. You're trying to be nice. I know.
yeah.
You're trying to be nice. Unfortunately, he wasn't being very nice to you with the music.
Well, the weather made it out of
Yeah.
It warped his mandolin. Anyway, there's plenty more where that came from.
He does that for whole concerts.
Indeed. Yes, he does. I still believe to this day that they park him in the back row in front of a microphone that is not plugged in.
I have a hunch that they just play they play music on a CD.
Oh, and he plays along to it?
And then everybody, and then they, make sure their instruments aren't, mic'd up or plugged in or anything.
Listen, this is what a lot of older, longtime performers have to contend with, right? You guys like Kiss and the Rolling Stones, they go, do we use backing tracks? Of course we use some backing tracks. We're 70, for Christ's sake. That's probably what goes on with the Kettering Banjo Society. They are very much like Kiss and the Rolling Stones in, A, the crowds they draw, B, the age of the crowds they draw, and they probably use some backing tracks. You're probably absolutely correct on that.
And
I've
pretty
always
much
thought
every show's a farewell show.
Aw, for someone, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's like my mom talking about going to her high school reunions.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's fewer and fewer people every time. Yeah, Mom. That's why I stopped going to mine after my 5th or 10th or whatever I did. I haven't been back. Who wants to see that parade of... And I'm not even old enough to have, I've had a few friends die, but...
I didn't even go to my 10th. My 10th came up when I was 28, and we were supposed to meet somewhere. And I think I had something to do that weekend. I was like, do I really want to stop my plans to go see classmates? I didn't really even know all like that because I went to a different high school, but Oberlin was my home school. So I was like, is it even really worth it? No, they all know me. I don't know them. So there's no need for me to show up to the reunion.
Well, it's less that and more, are there people there that you would want to hang out with?
But the people that I want to hang out with, I'm still in contact with.
Right,
Facebook
that's
is
what I'm saying.
nothing but a high school reunion anyways.
Well, and you still live here. I don't live, I'd have to go home for a reunion.
And honestly...
You could drive and see somebody up the street that you went to high school with.
Correct. And honestly, I don't think 10 years is long enough to have a reunion, per se. Because
we had a 5.
That's what I'm saying. No one's even established their careers
Some people
yet.
are still in school.
Yeah.
It was just an excuse to get together and drink. Nobody had really done anything yet. The 10 is where you really can flex.
Yeah, well, the 10, people were still in school.
What? People were still in school at your 10th high school reunion?
Yeah, they were doctors. There's a lot of bright people in my
Right,
my
I'm
school.
not saying that. I'm saying it don't take no 10 years to go to become a doctor.
Well, if they've done if they were doing college and then they did their residency, yeah.
Oh, so you didn't go because you were going to have to be talking to doctors.
No, I didn't go because I was unfamiliar with a lot of the class I graduated with. There was people that I recognized.
It couldn't have been that big.
No, it was 98, but a lot of the kids trickled out. The kids went to a different school district or they moved away, or people I just didn't keep in contact with because I wasn't really that good of friends with them.
Right.
When I went to JVS, that was primarily my new friend group then. I essentially changed schools, even though Oberlin was my home school. A lot of people from Oberlin did not know me. They knew of me because the town was so small, but they were not my friends. My friends who I kicked it with, they didn't need... They kicked it with me. They didn't need me to go to a reunion or anything like that.
Because they were already kicking it with you.
Yeah, they had my number. They messaged me on Facebook.
Yeah. Well, that's all I did. Anytime a reunion would come around, I would hit up the 2 or 3 people I would actually want to see in person and talk to and go, you guys going? They go hell no.
Oh,
well, then
you
I'm
guys
not
should
going.
go and then bully people. You sit at the table.
Bully people?
Yeah.
At a high school reunion?
That's
It's not
the fun
high
of it.
school. It's a high school reunion.
Yeah, but it's still high school. People
It's
transform
not.
right back into high school once they hit those
it's
doors.
not.
Yes, they do.
Only
I'm
the
kinda with
only
Cody
the
on this
Yes,
one.
only
they
the
do.
only the people who peaked in high school.
They revert right back.
No.
Yes, they do.
I went to a 10 and it wasn't like that. There were people who were there. There are people who weren't there. You mean they fall back into their old cliques?
Yes.
That's different than bullying people.
Yes, but if they were bullies,
You're
going to
gravitate. You're gonna gravitate to people that you were friends with, of course. But you know everybody.
There were tables full of bitches. Like there were just people.
10 years later, they're still bullying people from high school.
They were like, I still don't like her. She still stole my man. Or
This is what I'm saying. They peaked in high school.
Okay, well, it doesn't matter. I'm not saying that they were the best and the brightest. I'm saying they revert to their old ways when they get in that environment.
And that's a reason not to go.
Okay.
If that's the case. I mean,
some people want that. They want that opportunity.
To go back and bully adults?
They're like
you're not 16 anymore.
My husband's away fighting for this country, so I'm going to go back and bully someone.
Oh my God. What position that's a bully position if you have a spouse in the military? Like, you're not in the military.
Yeah, but if
you have a spouse in the military. That's a bullying position?
I'm not saying that it is, but I feel
Who
like
are these mush-brained high school graduates who are coming back to bully people? I mean, what do they say? The best revenge is living well? Yeah, if you're the doctor, you don't have to bully people. You're like, yeah, I'm an arthroscopic surgeon. I'm doing fine.
It just seems like the people I've interacted with from my high school, whenever I go back, because there's a bar that everyone meets up at when, like, day before Thanksgiving. Everyone goes back for break or whatever. Whenever I would go back there, they would always remember the one flaw, the one thing I did in high school that everyone remembers, like all my flaws. They would just be like, oh, remember when you wore those blue Timberlands with that green outfit?
Yes,
like,
because you
remember that.
Because you gave people so much ammunition.
But I'm not the only one, and they would bully me. I'm like, how do you remember stuff like that? That is so.
That's not really bullying you to go, hey, remember when you wore those blue?
Razzing you.
Come up with some new material.
Not even that. Hey, we'll give him some new material. You got plenty of new material here.
But
wait till that 20.
Why don't you say like,
bro, did you really say conveyor belt?
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Like, you think that's bad? I thought badminton was a sport.
Oh yeah. You thought that 10 was bad. You wait till the 20.
I was like, sorry, I was too busy dodging your punches to pay attention in class. My bad.
They asked me to perform.
They were punching you in class.
Metaphorically.
Shut up.
They were throwing
metaphorically.
Shade. I was too busy dodging your shade to pay attention.
Shut up, Poundcake.
They asked me to perform at my 10-year reunion, and I politely declined. I said,
hell no.
No, thank you. I will attend, but I'm absolutely not going to perform. You're out of your mind if you think. And there was only like maybe 30 or 40 people there, so I was like, yeah, definitely not going to do this.
No.
Oh no.
By the way,
I think they canceled our 20.
Nobody was going to go?
Well, it was when did I graduate? Well, it was 2020, yeah. So
yeah.
Now I think about it, that's probably why it got canceled.
Because of COVID.
Yeah,
oh yeah, I'm so stupid. Mine was 2021. I graduated 2011. So yeah, that would be mine was just 2 years ago, and it was like the height of COVID too.
But I don't think anybody wanted to go anyway. Like I don't think anybody. I don't know.
People weren't clamoring for their big high school reunion. I was at WMMS.com this morning doing some work. They're posting the playlists, by the way, for 2 Hours to Midnight, which is our Saturday metal show. If you're looking for those playlists, I have been putting them on our 2 Hours to Midnight Facebook page. They are also at WMMS.com. While I was there on the main page, there's a banner ad at the very top. Who's Who in Black Cleveland.
Oh.
And there's a nomination form. And I thought, listen, our own Cody Helpful Poundcake Brown should absolutely be nominated for Who's Who in Black Cleveland. I don't know if you have to nominate other people. I don't know if you can nominate yourself. But it seems to me that among the glitterati, if you will, in the African-American community in Cleveland, Ohio, that our own Cody should absolutely be part of this. Wouldn't you want to be wouldn't you want to go to the big event? I'm sure that they'll have some big, like when Scene does Best in Cleveland. This is essentially Best in Black Cleveland. Who's Who is what they say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
People know who you are.
They do.
There's a field there for your biography, your LinkedIn profile, or LinkedIn, as Dick and Dayton says. And you can upload a photo.
I don't know if they want biracials. I don't know.
I don't know if they want biracials.
I don't know if they want biracials.
All right, well then ask them then on that form there. Hey, I don't know if you guys are cool with the swirl, but here's me.
Drake done ruined it for everybody. We get too much glory, so I think they want to keep it.
You think Who's Who in Black Cleveland could potentially be prejudiced against biracial black people, is what you're saying.
Sick of the half-breeds. They tired of it.
Wow. Well, anyway, I just want to bring that to your attention had you not seen it.
I mean, I'll take the award if they give it out money.
Okay, because they do this
I don't think they're giving out money.
They do this in a bunch of cities. They do it in all the usual suspects. They do it in Detroit, Atlanta, Chicago, Columbus, Charlotte, Cleveland, and Houston.
I would nominate Tony Insomnia.
Tony Ferguson.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then nominate him.
I would definitely nominate him.
All right.
He's a who's who. I feel cooler
He's
and
a
blacker
who's
every
who.
time I see. Every time I get the nod from him, because I'm of color, I'm like, yeah, I get the nod, and it's just the respecting. He ain't got to say nothing. I ain't got to say nothing. We just know. We just get the nod.
Well, then why would you be hesitant to submit yourself for Who's Who in Black Cleveland?
Because I've known him.
I'm going to submit myself.
Okay, you do that, white man.
It's more than just a skin tone, man. There's a whole vibe there.
It's different. Tony knows me. I'll be walking around here like we've worked in this building together. Well, not this building, but we've worked together for years. Rest of Black Cleveland don't know me. But he can vouch for me. If there's ever a time, if I'm getting...
Vouch for you? What are you talking about? You're better known than he is.
But he's known in the black community, I feel like, more.
Okay. All right, listen, no good deed goes unpunished is what I'm saying here. I figured I'd point him to it, and he'd be very excited about that. But although it does ask for contributions to community affairs. So I think it has less to do with the biracial thing and the fact that you've made no contributions to community affairs. That might be the whole thing that jams you up there. Yeah. Because I think they're looking for kind of philanthropists, right? And one thing you are known for is not lifting a finger to help your fellow man.
But it's not personal.
In a Thanos situation, Poundcake would do nothing to save the world. So forget I said it at all, but Who's Who in Black Cleveland, there's a nomination for him up there. And maybe you should tell Tony about it. Nominate Tony. Fill out all these fields and nominate him.
I would nominate him.
I got a break here. If you want to get those Louder Than Life festival tickets, I got those for you all this week. It's going to send you to Kentucky, and they have a ton of bands playing this thing. Foo Fighters are on it. Who else is on Louder Than Life? It's Foo Fighters. It's Weezer and Rancid and Limp Bizkit and Godsmack and Tool and Pantera. It's in Kentucky, third week of September. So it's this fall, but I'll have some weekend passes for you on the way.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app or whatever smart device you have. Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show on iHeartRadio. Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
A lot going on here. All right.
And Alan Cox.
That's a source of entertainment for you.
I'm home of the Cavaliers.
3 ball. Good!
100.7
WMMS.
iHeartRadio Music Awards.
A night of big winners.
Oh my God. Thank iHeartRadio.
Thank you.
Once in a lifetime performances.
Together on stage.
Hey, thank y'all so much, man.
For the first time ever.
And appearances from global superstars.
Man, it's just a blessing, you know.
Thank you, iHeart.
Celebrating the biggest artist of the year.
We're here. We're doing this.
Our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Stream it now on Hulu and see all of the winners at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Partly cloudy, partly sunny. Take your pick for your Tuesday. Highs in the low 40s. Clouds tonight with overnight lows in the 30s. For your Wednesday, breezy with afternoon rain showers. Highs in the 50s.
This report is sponsored by Levin Furniture and Mattress.
During our spring savings at Levin Furniture and Mattress, save an extra 20% on best-selling living rooms, bedrooms, dining, and outdoor. Plus, pay no interest for 2 years when you use your Levin credit card. Spring savings, now at Levin.
You're gonna love this house, Sergeant Riley.
Just look at these high ceilings.
The upstairs is even better. City lights right from your window.
Upstairs? I don't see any stairs.
Oh, just strap on this harness and climb right up.
Up this rock climbing wall.
There's no field manual for finding the right home. But when you do,
USAA homeowners insurance can help protect it the right way. Like saving up to 15% with our claims-free discount if you haven't filed a claim in 5 years, even if you've been with another provider. Learn more today at usaa.com/insuremyhome. Ability to receive a quote depends on membership eligibility. Membership eligibility and product restrictions apply and are subject to change. Discounts vary by location and may not be available in all states. Restrictions apply. USAA means United Services Automobile Association and its affiliates, San Antonio, Texas.
I always wanted to learn Spanish, but I never thought I'd have the time. Then I discovered Babbel.
Babbel's lessons are fun. They only take like 10 or 15 minutes, and in 3 weeks, presto, you're starting to speak another language. Like magic.
I love that Babbel's lessons aren't just robots talking. They're voiced by native speakers, so you get the pronunciation just right. And they're designed by real language teachers, so you learn how to have real-world conversations, things you'll actually use.
It's incredible. After using Babbel, I'm ready to start having real conversations in French.
There's all kinds of ways to learn. Use Babbel's podcasts or games or videos. You can even join live classes with a language teacher.
If you want to learn a language, there's no faster, easier, better way than
Babbel.
Babbel.
Babbel. Babbel. Évidemment.
Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's BABBEL.com. Babbel.com.
For people in Cleveland looking to buy a home, Bank of America is right here. We're here for business owners thinking about their next move and for students looking to build their emergency savings. Whatever.
What's up, guys? It's Poundcake here with Orange Theory Fitness, and I'm still going strong, pun intended. If you want the skills to accomplish your fitness goals with certified coaches who give you tough love, then you'll want to sign up for Orange Theory Fitness class today. Since I've started, I've seen such a difference. I'm bigger, stronger, have more endurance, and I'm more confident. That's why I recommend Orange Theory Fitness to everyone who wants to see a change in themselves. Head over to orangetheoryfitness.com to schedule your first free workout. That's orangetheoryfitness.com, and tell them Poundcake sent you.
Qualify. 20% off standard price of procedure cannot be combined with any other offers. Go to mylasicoffer.com for details.
Do you struggle with occasional nerve aches in your hands or feet? Try Nervive Nerve Relief from the world's #1 nerve care company. Nervive tablets contain alpha-lipoic acid to relieve nerve aches, weakness, and discomfort, plus B-complex vitamins to support healthy nerve function as you age. Live life with less nerve discomfort with Nervive Nerve Relief. Learn more at nervivehealth.com. And try Nervive Pain Relieving Cream to block nerve pain signals at the source. Use as directed.
Ew, gotta get rid of this old Backstreet Boys t-shirt.
Tell me why.
Because it stinks, no matter how many times I've washed it.
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why I can't get rid of this odor.
Have you tried new Downy Rinse and Refresh? It doesn't just cover up odors, it helps remove them.
Wow, it worked, guys.
Yeah.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes more odor in one wash than the leading value detergent in 3 washes. Find it wherever you buy laundry products. Save on Downy Rinse and Refresh at Target.
Don't let today's higher interest rates stop you from buying your dream home. Hi, I'm Mark Stefanski, Chairman and CEO of Third Federal. The Federal Reserve is calling for more interest rate increases, but with Third Federal's early approval, you can lock in your mortgage rate now before rates go up again. Only Third Federal's early approval locks in your rate now before you find a house, protecting you from rising interest rates. Early approval is a pre-approval, good for 6 months. And for a limited time, you get $295 off a closing cost. Plus, buy a home with Third Federal this spring, and if rates go down anytime in the next 3 years, you can refinance for free. Early approval ends March 31st. Apply online or call 1-800-3RD-FED today.
The Federal Reserve is calling for more rate increases this year, so lock in today's rate of 5.89%, APR 5.98% on Third Federal's 30-year fixed-rate mortgage, even before you find a home. Rate lock renews automatically the current rate after 60 days or anytime upon request. APR reflects 15% down for $200,000 loan amount. Rate requires automatic payment program and is subject to change. Restrictions apply. Ask associate for details. Equal housing lender.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. Everybody loves a smart investment. That's no big reveal. And there's no better place to put your money right now than in your home. Window Nation has the perfect offer for anybody with a home at least 20 years old. You can protect your home, you can increase the value of it and the energy efficiency by installing brand new windows from Window Nation. And they're making it insanely easy to do. 0% interest for 5 years. That is none. That is also unheard of, quite frankly. Plus, Window Nation will give you 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. No limit. So go with the window company that's installed nearly 2 million windows, including at Casa Cox. They look awesome. I love them. Installers with over a decade of experience. They use only top-of-the-line installation materials to boot. By the way, get that in-house estimate. Schedule it, get it, and you're in the running for that trip for 2 to Florida. 866-90-NATION. Make sure you give them my name. 0 interest for 5 years, the life of your loan, and 2 free windows with every 2 you buy. 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
The podcast Party Cruise, The Untold Story, explores the dance party culture of LA's Hispanic teens. But these parties had a dark side. In 2006, teenager Emery Munoz was murdered.
Someone commented, "That's what you get for going to those parties." I was like, that's my sister that you're talking about? They made it more about the parties than her actual murder and disappearance.
Listen to Party Cruise, spelled CREWS, on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is The Buzzard.
From the Claiborne Ford Lincoln Studios, serving Northeast Ohio since 1973.
I got a couple of pair of general admission weekend passes for you for the Louder Than Life Festival. 4 nights in Kentucky. The Highland Festival grounds at the Kentucky Expo Center. It's September 21st through the 24th. Foo Fighters, Green Day, Tool, Godsmack, Pantera, Queens of the Stone Age, Weezer, Limp Bizkit, Megadeth, many, many more. General admission and VIP passes are on sale if you go to louderthanlifefestival.com. Want to hoof it to Kentucky? I got a couple of weekend passes here for you for Louder Than Life. Good luck. Call 10-216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
If I had a baby, I'd name it Alan Cox. Wrap it in a blanket and give it up for adoption in one of those countries where you can't drink the water.
100.7!
That's what I think of you, Alan Cox.
WMMS.
Going to be talking to the great Bruce Campbell here in a few minutes. I always like catching up with him. I'll have more than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes with him. I got that big Bruce O'Rama traveling trivia festival coming to the Agora on April the 20th. Hey, Patrick.
Yes.
What's up?
I was just calling to say that I got the Scream tickets, and I didn't even win them from you. I just went to see Scream, and I figured that would be a good influx for me to get on the phone with you and say what a crappy movie that was.
You didn't win them from me, but you wanted to tell me what a terrible movie it was.
Yeah, it was. I was just trying to get it so I can get on the phone with you.
Ah.
Yeah, it's no big deal.
All right. Well, mission accomplished. You know I didn't make the film, right, Patrick?
No, I did not.
I thought you liked. Didn't you like Scream, Bill?
Yeah, I like Scream, but there's people that don't like movies. So,
Right.
I mean, I thought it was fun.
I love movies.
Yeah.
I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun movie.
You didn't like it. Why, Patrick?
Because I thought it was the poorest done of all of the Screams. I expected it to be
You can't argue with that.
Oh, okay. I assumed that they were all exactly the same anyway. So
They kind of are. I mean,
yeah.
They are all cutter movies. Yeah, no, I love going to movies. The only problem was I was on hold for you, and I missed out on the opportunity to win tickets for the show in Kentucky because I was planning on going to the show.
Well, spoiler alert, Patrick, you probably wouldn't have won, and that should make you feel better.
I almost won the Scream tickets. Well, he told me I was number 6, and then he hung up on me.
Right. Well, that's how it goes. He's looking for number 10.
I know.
And here's the thing, Patrick. Had you been less persistent, you never would have seen that movie, and you'd probably feel a little bit better.
No, I would be. Yeah, very good.
All right, thank you, Patrick. I don't know what the thank you. So you wanted to tell me that the movie wasn't any good. But okay, there you go. If you listen to us on iHeartRadio, by the way, you can always leave us talkback messages there.
Intense Randy here. Please ask Mary when she went to see John Mayer in Detroit, did he play Daughters? Because that's all I wanted to hear in Cleveland, and he did not. Love you guys. Bye.
Oh, Daughters, the one song Intense Randy. John Mayer, Mary went to see him in Detroit last week.
Mm-hmm.
He was here on Saturday.
But I was in Iowa.
And did he play Daughters when you saw him in Detroit?
He did not.
Ooh,
Did not play Daughters.
And for a song that's him playing an acoustic guitar, you'd think he would have bellied up to the bar and whipped this one out.
There were a lot of songs that you would have thought made sense that he didn't play. Like, he played Slow Dancing in a Burning Room.
I don't know that one.
I
I only know like 4 of his songs.
It doesn't matter.
that one goes, I'm in a burning room. And
Keep singing.
I'm slow dancing.
Who are you slow dancing with?
My woman tells me I'm dancing too fast. Wait till it starts burning, then we'll slow dance in a burning room. Is it more?
Dance in this room because it's on fire, might die.
That's right.
One of his songs is called Dreaming with a Broken Heart that he
Yeah.
plays on the piano. In like the studio recorded song is on the piano, and he did a piano set. Didn't play Dreaming with a Broken Heart in the piano set, but did play it on the double neck acoustic. So he was kind of all over the place.
So it wasn't just guitar. It was guitar and piano.
It was guitar and piano,
I
yes.
see.
And he had a different guitar for every single song. Every single song, or every 2 songs, they handed him a new guitar.
See, that's a flex.
It was wild.
It's like, look all the guitars I got.
They all sounded like a little different.
Because the
you
deep
know?
dark secret is you only need one guitar. Whatever instrument you play, you just got to find the one you love, and then you can have that for your entire performing career.
Yeah, but he's a millionaire.
I know.
so-
He just can't sell a lot of guitars that way.
Yeah.
That's all. But that's also, yeah.
I looked at the Cleveland had a really, really good set list. Like Detroit's was good, Cleveland's was better, because I like the older songs, so he played a little bit more of the older stuff in Cleveland. But yeah, he just extended his tour too. He's gonna do Fall Run. I was like, oh, because I was like, this. The reason why I'm dropping so much money on these tickets is because it's the last time I'll see him for a while. And then I saw the fall dates, and I'm like, maybe I could like set up a run. Maybe I
Well, because he's not coming back here, right? You'd have to.
This
yeah.
is like more south and I think it was like more south and west coast.
Yep.
Seattle and stuff like that. But
You thinking that when he plays the South, it's going to be a lot of quick guitar songs?
I don't think so.
Just to get, no?
Not a big banjo guy.
Oh, I don't know.
Not saying
Okay.
he couldn't, but
Yeah.
from what I know about him, not
Probably
big on
not
that.
likely is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
But why am I slow dancing in this burning room?
Not-
It's on fire. I should get to safety. I should stop.
I should
drop
find and roll. I should find a fire extinguisher in this room. What are there no windows for me to break out? Come on, man. Why are we dancing in a burning room?
I'm just going to kill us both, I guess.
Let me guess, that song is about the breakup of a relationship.
Yeah, like you both know it's coming to an end, but neither of you are ending it.
Yeah. See, I just wrote John Mayer another song.
No, he didn't.
I guess that song exists, but
it already is there.
Right. Well, we could all write a John Mayer song.
Fast dancing in a frozen room.
There you go. Look at that. I'm slipping all over because the floor is ice.
Yeah. And that one's about rushing into a relationship.
Yes. You don't want to go too quickly. Yeah. Samples Cold as Ice by Foreigner, right in the middle of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's the smart part. So there you go, Randy. There is no
daughters.
No daughters. I don't know that I would have pegged Intense Randy for a John Mayer attendee. But he contains multitudes. That's the one thing you got to learn about Intense Randy.
That's what makes him so intense.
That's what makes him so intense.
And then also just the intensity. The severe intensity.
It's intensity in 10 cities. That's right. All right, let me talk to Bruce Campbell here.
More than 6 but fewer than 10 minutes with somebody on the phone.
On the Alan Cox Show.
What up? How are you, pal?
Spectacular.
You always sound so confident, and you always sound like you are ready to take on the day.
Don't forget, I'm an actor.
That too, yes. But you
It's
know
all
what?
smoke and mirrors.
But I'll tell you what, as an actor, you know that to blur that line between performance and reality, it might get more and more difficult.
It does. But some actors, unfortunately, disappear into their persona. Like there was a guy I knew who directed Burt Reynolds in one of his later movies. And Burt wouldn't do certain things because that's not what Burt Reynolds would do. It was beyond the character. The character would do this, but not Burt Reynolds.
Right. That's a weird thing, isn't it? You know,
because the guy, he was supposed to be shot, okay? It was a movie called Malone.
Yeah.
He's shot and running through the woods, right? And he's injured. And Burt Reynolds is just dump through the woods. And the guy has to run all the way over to him and go, Burt, hey, we need to go again because you didn't look like you were hurt at all. And you just got shot in the side. So, give me a little something. Take 2, action. Doesn't change it at all. He comes back over. He goes, Burt, what's up? I thought you were hurt. He goes, would John Wayne limp? Would Clint Eastwood limp? So Burt Reynolds he shows pain in a Burt Reynolds way.
Listen, I guess the upside of the whole thing is that we know Bruce Campbell will limp.
I will limp. I will limp horribly. That's my job. Come on, you're an actor. Get over it.
I know. I guess when the personality gets more outsized than the roles, that's the weird part. When you start saying things like Bruce Campbell would never do that. That's very strange.
You mentioned to yourself in the third party, you know that it's all over.
So Bruce O'Rama gets going on the road tomorrow. We gave away a bunch of tickets for this. I'm sending some people. You're coming to Cleveland on April 20th to do the Agora. Well, was this your idea, or did somebody come to you and go, look, you're an affable chap. People love you on the con circuit. Let's go out and do this. Whose idea was it?
Well, it's a hybrid, actually. I have a very good live agent, a guy named Craig Newman, who I've only been working with for a couple of years. Because my agency said, hey, Bruce, we do other stuff. We do other kinds of entertainment. I go, what do you got? He goes, well, we got a live performance division. I go, all right, let me talk to the guy. So we started to do like an evening with or a watch with where I have a clicker. I'd be on stage and I could pause the movie and it'd be like a live commentary where you don't really miss anything. So we did that. And then this game show was created by a guy named Steve Sellery. And that was a military trivia show at first. I went to a base in San Antonio to host that there. And then I said to him, Steve, this could be translated into my world very easily. Just change the question. So we made it sci-fi, horror, fantasy instead. And so we toured with that. We've done it for troops. We've done it at conventions. And so now this is just a good old fashioned hybrid.
Yeah.
Let's do part 1 as a game show. It gets the people involved too. People, they like interacting, even though we have a bunch of cocooning going on in our society now. People do still want to get out and interact with other humans, and they have a common interest, either in the movie or in trivia or whatever. So there's a lot of communal feeling at these places because you're all there for the same reason. You all like these types of movies. There's no snobs. There's no nothing. And so then we'll take a break after we whittle it down to the last fan standing, whoever is the best at trivia. Then we take a break and I'll come out and I'll do sort of an extended intro to one of the golden moldies, Evil Dead, Bubba Hotep, something like that. And then I'll jump on the bus and we'll go to the next city.
That's wild. So it sounds like it's a lot of fun. I mean, obviously there's some repetition to it, but you're getting a different group of people every night, and
every night different venue too. And
right.
What's cool about these places is these theaters are sometimes these great old venues that are limping along, but freaking Houdini appeared there, and it's just that's part of the fun for me is hitting your head on a pipe backstage because they were designed for actors from 1910.
Right. Yeah, and whatever the history is of that place, your name is now kind of etched on that wall, so to speak.
And sometimes you do write on the wall. They've got all these walls in the green rooms where you have everyone come and sign it. And it's kind of stunning, the types of groups that will go through there over the years.
Right. Bruce Campbell and Bruce O'Rama will get to the world-famous Agora here in Cleveland on April the 20th. The only issue I can think of is that I hope I don't force people to choose because we're doing a screening of Evil Dead Rise the night you're in Cleveland because it's in theaters the next day.
Wow.
As luck would have it. I'm being facetious here. I've already given plenty of tickets out because I want people to go to Bruce O'Rama. They can see Evil Dead Rise whenever they want to see it. But Bruce O'Rama is going to be here one night only.
That's Sophie's choice that I accept anybody who's got to make that hard choice. It's okay. I accept that.
Yeah. Now, to be clear, you are not in Evil Dead Rise unless there's some unspoken cameo I'm aware of. But you are.
Well, I would say listen very carefully.
Okay.
To one particular moment. But that's just a little Easter egg. But no, I'm not in it. I'm just a producer. But, we've got our hands all over this thing like a cheap suit. We don't want these movies to be spit out. We want them to be custom made by filmmakers who actually take it seriously. And this guy, Lee Cronin, he's one of these great twisted Irish European guys who brought his own weird sensibility to it. And he did a really good job. So it's gonna hurt some people, this movie.
I'll tell you what, between him and I know Fede Alvarez was the guy that you guys got to reboot it about 10 years ago. And that reboot, the part and parcel of why I love those Evil Dead movies with Bruce Campbell is that obviously Sam Raimi, there was no small amount of humor injected into him. The reboots, you got to look harder for the humor. It's still in there, but they're unrelenting. And as a horror movie fan, I really do love that.
Yeah, this one, I wouldn't say that the current one is a laugh fest.
Right.
But there was the type of reaction that was the right reaction where people were grossed out but happy at the same. It's a strange reaction because it goes like this. Oh, followed by, yeah.
Right.
That they didn't know how bad it was going to be or when it was going to start. But then when it started, they knew that it wouldn't stop. And what was nice is I got a sense of joy from the audience of like, oh yeah, we're going to get the good stuff.
Yes. Well, and when you make these movies, they do have to be of the moment. I mean, the Bruce Campbell Evil Dead films with Sam Raimi were very much of the moment and kind of low budge and would get decreasingly so. But you really have to make these movies of the moment. And the way that these Evil Dead movies just pummel you now are awesome because there's nothing else like them.
Well, you fight with the army that you got, right?
Right.
So first Evil Dead, you're going to see the green garden hose spewing the blood because we couldn't hide it. We didn't know how to do it.
Yeah.
But we're not going to go back and fix it because, again, that's a placeholder in time. That was the best effect system we had at the time. And now what's cool is, the digital stuff that these guys do now, all of our possessed creatures, all the people have their eyes go bad, right?
Yeah.
And the stuff that they can do with your eyes, each set of demon eyes has like 6 layers that they can dial up or down the way they built these digital effects. So you can go, oh, that looks too exotic. Can you make your eyes more milky, like more polluted?
Yeah.
So they go click, 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 and bam. Now you're more milky and polluted. It's just, so, people used to make fun of how low budget they were and the cheesy effects. And I'm like, guess what, pal? Don't be laughing anymore because you won't know how we did any of this.
Yeah, it's true. Bruce Campbell is coming through for Bruce O-Rama, and it is going to happen at the Agora on April the 20th. You can go to bruceorama.com for all the ticket packages and everything. He's never milky or polluted. I always love talking to Bruce Campbell. Good luck out there on the road and with Evil Dead Rise.
Thank you, Alan. Appreciate it.
More than 6, but fewer than 10 minutes. With somebody on the phone.
It was a great group, Bruce Campbell. He is Shemp Malone on Instagram. He's Groovy Bruce on Twitter, and he's all over the place. I got those Metallica movie passes for you, by the way. They're doing a thing the night before the album comes out. The new album is called 72 Seasons. It's their 12th studio album. And a day before its release, they're doing a thing in the cinema the night before, one night, April 13th. And I will get you a couple of passes coming back here. 35192 on a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app.
Buzzard Radio.
The Buzzard.
Is Rover.
Just constantly entertained with mindless stuff.
Well, I come around. Nothing
98.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give stuff away.
Okay, Metallica fans, you will be the first to experience 72 Seasons. It is the long-awaited 12th Metallica studio album. A day before its release, in theaters, they're going to do a thing worldwide. A worldwide listening party is happening on April 13th, one night only, and you'll be there. You can find a location at Metallica.com. I'll get you a pair of preview passes here. You will experience 72 Seasons the night before it is released. So good luck. Caller 10, these are yours. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Are the days getting longer? Or does this show just make it feel that way?
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I got passes for you for Outlaw Music Festival all this week. That is Willie Nelson and John Fogerty and a lot of other great artists of their ilk. Offspring doing a show. I'll hook you up around $4.50 for those. Everybody asking me when I'm doing the Mudvayne tickets. Mudvayne tickets will happen around $5.20 the remainder of the week. Cavaliers win on Sunday night against the Houston Rockets. It was their return to Cleveland, 108-91 was the final there. Rockets aren't a great team, but any team can win on any night. And so we're down to the last 6 regular season games. The Cavs are in Atlanta to play the Hawks tonight at 7:30 on MMS. So 7 o'clock is when pregame will begin.
First time they've made the playoffs without LeBron James on the roster since 1998.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah.
Good for them.
They were close last year, but then they lost in the play-in tournament, so they didn't make the playoffs. But this year, it's locked in. They're going to be at least the 4th seed.
Well, they got a nice young team down there at the Romo Fijo. So Cavs in Atlanta tonight. They'll head to New York to play the Knicks. They'll come back to play the Pacers. They'll do back-to-back in Orlando against the Magic, and then close the regular season here on April the 9th against the Charlotte Hornets.
That's Easter.
Yes, that's the day we fly out to Arizona on Easter Sunday.
What are we all going to do over in Arizona?
We're going to be in Sedona. We're going to do some hiking. We're going to do some, I guess they've got like a natural rock formation water slide or something. So I don't know. It'd be nice to get out of Dodge for a bit.
Yeah, what day should we meet you there?
Oh, that's right. You guys are out there too.
We're in Goodyear the same week.
Yeah, those are so far away
They're really
from each
not,
other.
and we're
Sedona
already renting
and
a car.
Goodyear. Yeah, we are too.
I just wish you would stop putting on for the audience and admit that we booked this vacation together.
Putting on. I'm putting on airs for the audience.
Just admit that we booked this as a multi-family trip and that we're best friends. And I don't know why that's so hard for you.
Mary, it's 2 hours from Sedona to Goodyear. I don't know what you're talking about.
I know.
We'll be long gone. We're flying into Phoenix, but we'll be long gone by the time you guys are there.
Okay.
But boy, any other situation,
Just
I
keep
would have
lying.
certainly have considered it.
Liberal media.
Listen.
Always spreading lies.
The point of going to Sedona is so that you're not around. It's a time to get away and time to kind of recommune with the desert.
I'm sure that's what you want the audience to think.
That's what I want me to think.
But really, the reality is that my family and Alan's family rented a cabin in Athens, Ohio. And we're all going there to have
Where is Athens, Ohio? Isn't there a school there? Is that where?
Yeah, Ohio University.
Ohio University. Well,
Hockey
you know how I
Hills,
love
yeah.
being on campus.
Yeah.
Speaking
and the
of
girls
which,
are going to play. It's going to be great.
For Bureau Chiefs, we might have in I know we have a couple in Lansing. I will be tearing it up this weekend on the campus of Michigan State University.
My goodness.
So anybody who might be up there.
Try cocaine for the first time while you're in
I'll
college.
be with my children.
Yeah.
I'll be hanging out with my older
good
kids.
Time to
I'm
do
not going to do cocaine.
He knows where to get it.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Yeah, we all know where to get it. It's never been an issue of not being able to get it. It's not my bag, baby.
So that means you're not coming to see me at the Funny Stop?
It means I'm not coming to see you at
Cancel
the Funny
on your
Stop.
kids and come see me at the Funny Stop. You never seen me at the Funny Stop.
No, I've never even been to the funny stuff.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow.
Listen, I like to keep the relationship professional. What if I got there and hated it? I couldn't in good conscience come on here and help you guys promote your shows if I thought it was some crap hole. I couldn't do that.
Yeah, you could.
No, I couldn't. I wouldn't. So I like to keep to keep it professional. I don't like to cross the streams in that way. But boy, we'll be crossing the streams in Sedona over Lake Montezuma.
With our
I can't
combined
wait for
family
that.
trip.
And I don't know where you're I see your mouth moving on the camera and there's words coming out. I don't know what they mean.
I'm just saying.
But you guys will have a great time
Actually,
without the Cox clan.
Brian does want to go to Sedona for 2 days because he wants to do the dune buggying.
Yep.
They have those big sand. They're not like mountains. They're like sand formations. What are those
there's
called?
a little bit of everything. Mesas or
Dunes.
Dunes.
Well, I literally
it's
just
in
said
the name
dune
of the
buggy.
vehicle. You know those mountain buggies? That's a different vehicle.
She's part of the 10%.
Dude, I'm crashing, man. I'm coming up on 12 hours awake already. I should be asleep.
If you see us in Sedona,
I may greet you with a wave.
pretend you don't, and you can go about your day.
I'm going to ask to take a picture with you.
As long as I'm way, way in the background.
I'm going to make the 7-year-old ask to take a picture with you.
Way in the background.
She goes running up. Are you Alan Cox? Hate the show. And she asks you for a picture. It'll be perfect.
Yeah.
And we'll do it at an ice cream shop in public.
Yeah, that's right. Alan, what are your thoughts on Nashville? What happened in Nashville?
Are you being serious?
No.
Oh.
What are my thoughts? My thoughts are the same as everyone else's. That it's not drag brunches and books that are the biggest threat to children in Tennessee or anywhere else. But they're still working on that. That's why Republicans are creaming their goddamn jeans today over this shooter allegedly being a transgender individual. It's like Christmas has come early for right-wingers. And a lot of the right-wing rags, too. That's what all the headlines are. Daily Mail, trans shooter takedown, right? A lot of those headlines. New York Post, transgender killer targets Christian school. I mean, you couldn't have paid for a better headline for right-wingers who are already trying to demonize an entire group of people. So it's like Christmas come early for these people. Maybe she figured identifying as a man was a prerequisite to be a school shooter. I don't know. Female shooters are extraordinarily rare. They're almost entirely men. So I don't know what there is to possibly say about what happened in Nashville. It's awful. It's awful. It's awful.
It's the guns. Hey.
Somebody texted, and that's my point. I'm not pulling it out of my ass that it's Christmas for Republicans because you could see them to a person texting along the lines of like, I guess we can forget about the guns. It's trans hormones or whatever. So it's just more nonsense.
One trans shooter. Never mind all the straight white male shooters.
That's all you need, though. You just need
I mean,
one.
percentage-wise, per capita, this type of per capita.
Many kinds of per capitas. Well, you know, and I saw a texter this morning said, hey, cover these locally. They don't need to talk about it for a whole week nationally. And that would be fine if these were isolated incidents. That would be fine if it was a local issue. If somehow gun violence was endemic to Nashville, Tennessee, or any municipality, but it's not. These are national issues. If your child can be in any school and someone can walk in and kill them, that is not a local issue.
It's terrifying.
You know, my kids both go to Michigan State. One of the students there was a Sandy Hook survivor. You're having multiple generations now, people who are old enough to say, yeah, I was a kid, and there was one of the Nashville reporters, one of the Nashville affiliates that was covering the story, the news anchor said, we're going to throw it to our weather girl because she has a unique perspective on this. And she had survived a school shooting. And they start showing B-roll of her school shooting when she was a kid. And her talking about it.
Yeah, I was actually in middle school whenever I experienced my school shooting that happened. It happened about 13 years ago. And it's a shame that this is a conversation that we need to talk about, it was Discovery Middle School, what you're seeing on your screen right there. And I was in 8th grade at the time, and a student opened fire during break. I was in that hallway, and one of my peers was shot and killed, unfortunately. I think about him and his family often. My prayers are constantly with them, and it's something that I relive pretty often. It's something that sticks with you.
Yeah. And she went on and on about what that's like. And, you know, you could tell she's very, very nervous because I'm sure that was she does obviously have a unique perspective there, but I'm sure she didn't want to, you know,
Okay,
they probably really had to ask her to, you know, go on camera and talk about that.
I'm going to sound ignorant when I say this, and because I don't know
It's
anything.
never stopped any of
I
us
know.
from having very successful broadcasting careers.
The reason why, so she's saying 13 years ago, right? The reason why it is taking so long is because guns are a federal issue, correct? Because of the Second Amendment? Like, it took them, 2 weeks to pass the drag bill in Nashville?
Well, if you really...
Like, can it be done on a state level is what I'm asking.
It can, but to different degrees it can. But again, that's just a third rail that people don't want to touch. It's why I also kind of don't like when they post things about... there was a school shooting in England 30 years ago, and they banned all the guns, and there's never been one since. Now, I understand what they're getting at, but they don't have a Second Amendment.
Mm-hmm.
They aren't being hogtied by something. They don't have a constitutional thing that has been
that was your country was
understood.
founded on.
Right. There are very, very few countries that have a constitutional right to firearms. There's us. There's Mexico. There's probably one or two other countries, but not Australia and not the UK.
Where they're banned.
Right. So it's a little easier to do it there. I mean, listen, the results speak for themselves. They do have mass stabbings. But again, you're not going to kill as many people with a knife as you...
26 people.
I mean, you'll get the jump on people, but I mean, there are no high-capacity knives. So the reason that people are so especially pissed off about this happening in Nashville, which is just coincidental, it could have happened anywhere, but it happening in Nashville, are the lengths to which the governor of that state is currently going to protect kids from drag brunches and books with rainbows in them. And they're not, I was reading a thing this morning that there's a song that Miley Cyrus and Dolly Parton did called Rainbow Land. And it's been banned from an elementary school concert in Wisconsin because the song is about accepting other people, and that's really too controversial for kids because it has a rainbow in it. And they're not alone in that. There's a lot of that nonsense. There was a woman, I don't know if you saw the woman who stepped into the live shot for Fox News. There was a guy posted up there in Nashville covering what happened. It was about probably 1 o'clock our time yesterday or today, and this mom just kind of walks up behind the guy. And you can tell that they, initially in the booth, they mute her because they're like, we don't know what the hell this woman's going to say. But then somebody must have made the wise decision to unmute her so that you could hear what was going on there.
Aren't you guys tired of covering this? Aren't you guys tired of being here and having to cover all of these mass shootings? I'm from Highland Park.
She's from Highland Park, Illinois, where they had the suburb in Chicago, where they had that school shooting a while back. And
Family
they mute her and
vacation
then they unmute her.
with my son, visiting my sister-in-law. I have been lobbying in D.C. since we survived a mass shooting in July. I have met with over 130 lawmakers. How is this still happening? How are our children still dying, and why are we failing them? Gun violence is the #1 killer of children and teens. It has overtaken cars. Assault weapons are contributing to the border crisis and fentanyl. We are arming cartels with our guns and our loose gun laws. And these shootings and these mass shootings will continue to happen until our...
Did she say our loose goose laws? Because nobody ever pays attention to the
That's
loose
on
goose.
Canada.
The loose goose laws that we've got in this country. So anyway, she's understandably upset.
Well, yeah.
And you will find more and more of these parents, whether or not they have lost children in school shootings, but you will find more and more of these parents who are forced into some kind of activism who know chapter and verse. You know, she's rattling off all these statistics and things, which we've heard over and over again, guns are the leading cause of death in kids. Not drag queens, not books.
Harry Potter.
Yeah.
It's
So I don't know. I don't, but the fact that the shooter was, I mean, I'm sure obviously more is going to come out. They're like, she went to this school and she was reportedly pissed or I don't know what. To a person, they couldn't find somebody who was like, yeah, we saw that coming. They were like, she was always really, but there was one or two lines in an article I read that said that this girl had only recently begun identifying as a male. And that's all people needed in the right wing to go bananas. So all those headlines now are like transgender shooter murders good Christian children,
It's just
You couldn't have bought that kind of advertisement.
It's wild to me that people can still take a stance on, like, how do you not see it as a problem? Like, they can't be suspending the disbelief that hard, right?
They see it as a problem. They just don't see it as a gun problem. They
But
don't put
how?
it on guns.
That's my question. I mean, we're all liberal on this show, which is like, how do you not see it that way? How can you not, at this point, with this many children dying, how can you not see it as any other type of issue?
Because they don't look at it from the same point of view as us. They look at it in a way. They go, well, it's not the guns doing it.
It's the people. Sure.
It's the people. It's, there's all these other factors that they put it on and not the guns.
Well,
but it's
but
all
if they
just
didn't have access.
But
right.
because
it
it
doesn't matter.
It is a combination of all of those things. You can't just remove one of those
No,
things.
I mean, mental health is a huge problem.
Right. We're not saying it's only the guns, right? But boy, that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
It's intellectually dishonest to say that has no part in it.
I was thinking about this today on my drive home, and I was listening to NPR, and obviously they were covering it, whatever. And I am absolutely not drawing a parallel and saying that these two things are equally as bad. So I would like to say that up front, that I'm not comparing school shootings to addiction in a matter of them being equally as bad. But something like with gambling addiction, there's an option where you cannot, like, I cannot go to a casino in Ohio, right? So once the problem is removed, guess what? Now I'm able to heal better mentally, right? Like, how is that not seen, that if these people who are very clearly mentally disturbed, if we can remove the problem or one of the problems, like guns, that would make it harder for them to get it, how is it not so obvious that would be helpful?
Well, it's like each case is different. Each one of these shootings, whether it's a school shooting, whether it's a workplace shooting, each one of these cases is different. The point that I think we are usually trying to make is the one bit of connective tissue is always a gun.
Correct.
Obviously, that's the obvious part. However, talking about mental illness, in hindsight, and this is one of those cases where it seems like it's largely going to be hindsight. You have some kids who are school shooters. They had access to guns. They were not growing up in a great house. Like, everybody who could have paid attention was asleep at the wheel to notice that.
Right.
They're not all like that. This girl here in Nashville, like I said, to a person, family, friends, neighbors, they were like, we can't believe there was never any indication whatsoever. So it just requires a person to snap over something, some perceived slight or whatever. There's body cam footage of these cops taking her down in like the proscenium of whatever that school is when they finally got in there. But she killed 3 kids and she killed 3 faculty members, including a substitute teacher. You want to talk about being born under a bad sign.
Worst day ever.
You're not even supposed to be there. I think she killed the headmaster, a substitute teacher, and like a janitor. And then 3 little 9-year-old kids. So I don't know. And obviously the information comes, it's just a fire hose of information. And as the days go on, it gets a little bit more granular. But initially they're like, there's no indication that this is a person who was like openly,
Unhinged
mentally,
and-
unhinged or anything. So,
Well, and I also understand that there's some cases where the children, like the parents, obtained the guns safely, legally. The parents who bought the guns have no issues, and then the kids stole it. So it's obviously much more nuanced of an argument, and a lot of things need to change. But I guess what blows my mind is when they refuse to acknowledge the fact that the guns are a part of it.
Well, I think it's less that and more it's this notion that, well, people who don't want to do anything about guns because of the whole slippery slope crap but they're totally fine with like telling people that they can't have their kids go to a drag brunch, or they can't read this book, or that, So when they really want to laser focus on something, boy, they get it done fast.
That's what I mean.
They get it done really, really fast. So obviously there are differences state to state and at the federal level, but this notion that because you can't fix everything, why even try to do anything? That's, I don't know. You hate to use the phrase un-American. Some people love using that phrase un-American, boy, and I can't imagine anything more un-American in the traditional or classic sense to look at a problem and go, well, nothing we can do. Nothing we can do about it. Just something we're going to have to live with. We'll just have to be held
literally
and figuratively. So I don't know. I don't know where the focus is on banning books and drag queens when this stuff is still happening. And it's not going to stop happening.
Do you think it's basically exactly what you said, is that there's so many issues revolving around gun control and mental health and all of it that it's easier to ban drag queens?
Well, but I'll tell you. Well, yeah, listen, they're always going to go for the stuff that's easy, and if you don't have any real policies or real solutions, you're going to go for that, kind of culture war stuff. But what also drives me crazy is in Florida and some other states, once they've moved on from the fake CRT outrage, they've moved on to something called SEL in schools, which stands for social emotional language.
Yeah.
Teaching kids to be nice to each other, teaching kids to be sweet and be kindness and empathetic to other kids. Things that, when you were kids, you'd have the everything I need to know I learned in kindergarten poster or whatever. That's essentially what it is. Right-wingers, they don't want that anywhere near public schools. They think that emotional language is for pussies. So you have states that are losing teachers at an astonishing rate. Iowa is getting gutted with teachers. They're like, I'm out. MAGA dopes, they don't want teachers. They want kids at work or at home pregnant. That's basically where they want kids. You look at Lauren Boebert in Colorado. She is proud that her family has multiple generations of teen parents. That's just the greatest thing on the planet to her. So this notion that, well, what are we going to do about mental health? So the next time you see somebody say, well, we need to focus more on mental health, I'm curious what their thoughts are on the SEL programs in schools, trying to teach kids to be empathetic and understand differences, and that's not the end of the world. But a lot of people are like, I don't need blah, 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 blah. Well, it's a snake eating its tail then. You can't have it both ways. So I don't know. These poor, poor people in Nashville. And people like to point out that the state representative who has that district is one of these guys that sends out the Christmas card with his whole family holding AR-15s or whatever. I mean, I don't think that's indicative of anything that has to do with this, but it's just another snapshot of how those people consider firearms as part of the fabric of their lives. And that's a weird thing. That's a weird thing. There are a lot of people who have guns and fire. They're not ammo-sexuals. There's a line that's crossed there in someone's mind that goes far beyond somebody shooting up a school. But it's very, very sad. I got to take a break here. I will have those Outlaw Music Festival tickets for It's Willie Nelson and John Fogerty, and a lot of other great bands coming out to play Blossom this summer. 35192 and a text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app.
Or whatever smart device you have.
Just tell it to play the Alan Cox Show.
Kathleen Edwards, Particle Kid, and more. It's going to go down at Blossom on Friday, August the 11th. You can go to livenation.com to get the details. You never know. The last time Willie Nelson will come through. So don't waste it. Caller 10. These are yours. 2 for the Outlaw Music Festival. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
To pee or not to pee? Whoops, I already started.
The Alan Cox Show is back
On 100.7 WMMS.
Got some Grand Funk Railroad on the Buzzard, baby. Saw these guys open for the Bob Seger farewell tour at the Romo Fijo a couple years ago. Oh, what a time. Bruce Kulick, former guitar player for Kiss. He was in Kiss a long time. He's been with Grand Funk for a minute. Grand Funk was going to do a show on Saturday at the Goodyear Theater. It has been postponed. Let's say you had tickets to see Grand Funk this Saturday. You're like, man, I'm looking forward to this. I love an American band. They've postponed all their April and May shows. But they have rescheduled that Goodyear show for July the 28th. They said unforeseen circumstances, whatever, right? And you're sitting there and you're going, God damn it. What else am I going to do on Saturday night now that the Grand Funk show has been postponed?
Oh, have I got an idea for you?
Come down to Raleigh, North Carolina.
Shut up, Mary.
Go see a Grand Funk cover band, Bill?
Come see some funky-ass comedy at the Funny Stop.
Yeah.
Grand Funny.
The Funky Stop?
Yeah, the Funky Stop. We'll make it the Funky Stop.
There
Yeah,
you
come see
go.
me at the Funny Stop this weekend. Friday and Saturday, 2 shows each night, 7:30 and 9:30. You get tickets at funnystop.com.
There you go.
Tickets are selling well. Those late shows could use a little help.
Grand Funk, the pride of Flint, Michigan. Flint Town. And they've postponed, and I couldn't help but think, what a boon to our own Bill Squire.
We do have a
who's
lot
got
of crossover when it comes to our fans.
I know. There's a lot of people at the Bill Squire show in a Grand Funk t-shirt. You'll see that sometimes. Or they'll yell out, Bill, you're some kind of wonderful.
And I go, yeah, sure am.
It's never a bad time to be in love if you're in love with Bill Squire's comment. Bad Time was Grand Funk, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Was that, oh, God. Grand Funk Bad Time. Is that Bad Time to Be in Love? Remember that song? Anybody else remember Bad Time? Oh, what a great song. Bad Time to Be in Love. I think that's them. Yep.
Okay.
Great song. Oh, what a good song. It was Homer's favorite band, I believe, Grand Funk.
KFSL, Fossil 103. Classic hits from ABBA to Zeppelin, Lead.
Lead.
Tell him! Mr. Simpson, sir! Can you please change the radio station?
But this is Grand Funk Railroad. You guys back there know Grand Funk, right? Nobody knows the band Grand Funk? The wild, shirtless lyrics of Mark Farner? The bong-rattling bass of Mel Shocker? The competent drum work of Don Brewer? Oh, man!
Competent. That's how any of us could hope to be referred to as. The competent drum work. Sue is in Willoughby. Hello, Sue.
Hi. You got to follow the money of the gun company like Remington and Winchester because they give tons of money to all those people who said, oh, we don't need gun control.
Yeah.
Well, that is part of it, but I mean, even the NRA is way less influential than it used to be. It started as a sportsman's organization, and it turned into a full-fledged lobbying arm of the gun industry. So you are not incorrect, Sue. But I mean, there are all kinds of things that would not really infringe on gun ownership, but could absolutely mitigate shootings like this. There's all kinds of, but again, it goes back to this nonsense about this slippery slope. And I don't know, but I mean, you're correct about lobbyists, Sue. That's no doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Sue.
Okay.
All right, there's Sue. She held on for a long time for that. Steve in Maslin. Hello, Steve.
Hey, yes, sir. Alan, about mental instability in the news. Our ex-president, Donald, promised last week if he's indicted, there will be death and destruction. What can you imply from that? And is the ex-president going to take up an AK-47 and shoot some attorneys in New York if he gets indicted?
Well, I don't think he's ever implied that he himself would do anything. He's trying to kind of gin up the people who dig what he's all about. Right? Okay, thank you, Steve in Maslin. Hello. Mike, hello.
Hey, everybody, what's going on?
What up?
So I know you guys were on yesterday, but I was listening to the replay, and Alan, you used a word that I just chef's kiss. I thought it was incredible. You used Sisyphean, like as in the story of Sisyphus.
Yeah.
And I was curious. I've never heard anyone use it like that. I thought it was great, but I was curious if you actually knew like the deeper or like alternative meaning of that story.
Of the myth of Sisyphus?
So everybody looks at it like it's like the punishment, right? You're rolling the boulder. You're doomed to roll the boulder up the mountain for the rest of eternity. But I recently, it came up recently, and I was reading into it. It's actually more about, a change of mentality. So, like, yes, Sisyphus was, punished by Zeus to do this. However, if you roll a boulder up a mountain for the rest of eternity, like there are other maybe unintended things that happen. Like maybe you get really strong. Maybe you have a lot of mental fortitude. So it actually comes down to, even though this is something you have to do, once he accepted that this was his fate, it's almost like freeing and a freeing of the mind, in addition to all of these other maybe unintended benefits that come from you, be it, mental strength, physical strength, things like that. So it was like a nicer way of looking at that as opposed to just doom and gloom.
Well, it's like modern philosophers, Miley Cyrus said, it's the climb.
I think she also said, come in like a wrecking ball.
Yeah, in answer to your initial question, Mike, no, I did not go that deeply on it. That's asking a lot of this audience, many of who think Sisyphus is a sexually transmitted disease. So, no, I did not go down that road with it, but I do. I thank you, Mike, for filling in the gaps there.
Have a great day, guys.
All right, thank you. There's Mike in Menor. Boy, I'll tell you what could really cleanse my palate. Mary Lynn.
You want to get your gaps filled?
I want to get some hot celebrity goss.
Ew, not with that.
Yeah, I'll fill your gaps, goss.
Celebrity gossip.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
All right, you goss guzzlers, get ready for the hottest, gushiest goss you've ever heard. Starting off, good news for Jews. Kanye likes you again.
That is good news.
That's always a good place. Hey, good news for Jews.
On Saturday, Kanye posted on his Instagram, his anti-Semitism was no more after watching Jonah Hill's performance in 21 Jump Street. And according to inside sources, he should have invited Kyrie to watch it with him. Help him out a little bit. See if it could have helped him too. Megan Fox and MGK are in couples therapy. Fox has stated that reconciliation is unlikely as she has trouble trusting MGK, according to inside sources.
Inside sources.
After watching Jonah Hill's performance in 21 Jump Street, Fox is now willing to trust MGK. What a powerful film.
Sources.
Yeah, it really is. Who knew?
Yeah. And finally, Jonathan Majors, star of Creed 3, and he was Kang in Ant-Man and the Wasp Quantumania. He was arrested over the weekend for multiple counts of domestic violence. Majors people have said that he did nothing wrong and look forward to clearing his name. And according to inside sources.
Inside sources.
His name has been cleared. The person that was in the situation with him has said that he didn't do anything wrong and that she changed her mind after she saw Jonah Hill's performance in 21 Jump Street.
Wow, that's very exciting.
This is Hot Celebrity Gossip with Perez Bilton. Ooh.
Yeah, that just broke that she put out 2 statements saying that he didn't do anything wrong. There's a lot of witnesses. So it looks like he's going to get by on this because the truth and Disney's lawyers will set you free.
Yeah.
Hey, I love hot goss as much as the next guy, but maybe you shouldn't be spilling people's secrets.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Lenny. Yeah, listen, that Jonathan Majors thing is pretty wild because initially it sounded like, okay, well, these two got into something and it got pretty intense, but they'll figure it out, right? But then all these other people now are coming forward and saying, I directed Jonathan Majors in a movie, and this guy is a sociopath, and blah, blah, blah. This is not good news for Marvel. He's like, just introduced him as like the new big bad in this next phase of Marvel movies.
Is that stuff coming? I haven't even seen any of that stuff from like people that have worked with him. I just saw the multiple witnesses and video that they say that they have to try and clear his name from this situation.
A filmmaker tweeted back in February about an actor who is a vicious, cruel, abusive human being, and now he's coming out and going, yeah, I was talking about Jonathan Majors. And a couple of other people that have worked with him before have said that they've all kind of found their own support group with each other now that they're talking about it on social media. Some people who worked with him at Juilliard, he's a Juilliard grad, consider him to be a sociopath and an abuser. Folks at Yale and the broader New York City theater community have known about him for years. It's a shame it took him this long to be reported. So it's pretty wild. You know, for a minute, this guy, nobody knew who he was, and then he was everywhere. He was on a show called Lovecraft Country that was pretty entertaining on HBO. He was in the new Creed movie. He's the new bad guy in Marvel now.
Mm-hmm. For like a multiple movie arc.
Yes. So who knows? I was reading how in Marvel terms, Ant-Man is a flop.
Oh, yeah.
And this is the trouble with these movies is they have to make $600 million just to break even on average. And they're like, Ant-Man, the new Ant-Man, the Quantumania, the third Ant-Man movie, they said it probably won't hit $500 million at the global box office. And they need 100. Usually, you can just print money with these movies.
Mm-hmm.
But they're going so deep and spreading things so thin that they have, and again, this is just in Marvel terms. You ask any other filmmaker if they'd like to make $470 million, and they say, yes, please. But for Marvel, because they cost so much to make and because it costs so much to market them, they have to almost make $1 billion to make money. You know, because these people now, the actors and stuff, there's no back end anymore with streaming and all that. So everybody gets paid up front. So the third Ant-Man movie, it cost $200 million to make. They market it to $100 million worth. And so you got to make $600 to break even. And they're like, yeah, we're not going to do that. So I haven't seen it yet. I keep waiting for it to show up on Disney Plus because I don't really want to go out and see it. But Jonathan Majors, I don't know what's going on with this guy. Nobody does, but I don't know, man.
I mean, it's just hard to get people out to the movies in general. So I mean, how many big? It's crazy that Avatar 2 has done what it's done.
I
Because
guess
I still
so.
don't know anybody that's seen it.
Yeah.
But
Like,
how
I
many
know,
people
like, one
are also
person.
seeing it just to say that they saw it, though?
Right.
Because they saw the first one, and it's a nostalgia thing, and then that, you know what I mean? Like, it's not because it's a good movie.
Well, I mean, people that have seen it said it was good, but
People
it's
have
just
nostalgia for Avatar?
Dude, it was like, what was it, 2008?
2009.
I mean, yeah.
it's a big
So it was
movie.
a long time ago. It was 15 years ago.
But nostalgia? I mean, again, we've talked about this. It's a movie that has zero impact on pop culture, as popular as it was. I mean, that's why now they're like, Avatar Lego and Avatar action figures, because it was a huge movie, but it wasn't like it wasn't in the culture.
Yeah.
People weren't Avatar guy for Halloween. And
But they were, though, back
they
then.
They weren't.
They were.
They
I was in
weren't.
college when that came out.
Well,
There was
okay,
all
maybe.
kinds of people running around in blue
blue face.
blue bodysuits and things like that.
Well, that's college. I mean,
Well, yeah, there
Well,
were a
but
lot
we're
of
looking
people in
for-
college
yeah.
in 2000.
no, I know. I'm just saying. I mean, college is a different vibe for Halloween because, but it just Avatar was not a movie where
It
I don't.
didn't permeate
It's hard to,
the same way
it
that
didn't.
like,
I get it.
No.
Harry
It's not
Potter
like, yes,
did,
no,
or
I
Yeah.
understand. People
the
aren't taking
MCU.
what's my avatar
Yeah.
quiz. Like, I get that.
Right.
Yeah, right. Tell me what your favorite condiment is, and we'll tell you which Avatar character you
Right.
are. I've got to take a break. I will have Offspring tickets for you. Offspring have set a summer tour. It's going to bring them to Cleveland. Pretty good lineup, too, actually. Bringing Simple Plan and Sum 41 with them. If you're into that, Let the Bad Times Roll tour. It's going to be end of August out at Blossom, so we'll do that coming back.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS. Cleveland.
It's time to give stuff away. It's time to give that stuff away. It's time to give stuff away. Give stuff away.
All right, you want to go see The Offspring? They have announced the tour this summer with special guests Simple Plan and Sum 41 on the Let the Bad Times Roll tour. Gonna bring them to Blossom on Tuesday night, August the 22nd. Go to livenation.com for any and all details on the tour. Otherwise, you get a couple of tickets here for me by being caller 10. Good luck. 2 for The Offspring. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
The Alan Cox Show.
Questions.
Don't come here expecting answers.
Who can provide the answer?
The one big question is, how is this on the air?
We need to understand why that is.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, Cavaliers win on Sunday here at home against the Rockets, 108-91. They clinch their playoff spot. They are in Atlanta tonight to play the Hawks. That is a 7:30 tip-off here on MMS. 7 o'clock is when Cavs Live pregame will begin, if you want to get the whole experience. And we're down to our last half dozen games. Knicks will be here in town. Pacers will come here. They'll do back-to-back in Orlando against the Magic. And then back home to wrap up the regular season against the Charlotte Hornets on April the 9th. We will be talking about Major League Baseball in just a few days. MLB opening day is Thursday. The Guardians will be in Seattle to play the Mariners. Friday the 7th will be Guardians opening day. We will be live from Progressive Field. We'll be inside near a corner bar there. And I think it's going to be pretty much, we're not going to do this show. In years past, we've done this show for opening day, but I think we had such a good time on St. Patty's Day when we were all there playing some music. The mics are open. We're just kind of jumping in and out. It's going to be a little bit closer to that, I think, for the Guardians home opener on April the 7th. But I'll have more details for you as those all get nailed down. Now, if you didn't care for our St. Patty's Day show, oh boy, are you going to have fun. But you might be right there in the park. You know, they refer to Guardians home opener as a Cleveland holiday. And listen, who couldn't use more holidays, right? I mean, they're fun. Of course, overseas, a holiday is synonymous with a vacation. We're going on holiday.
I always liked that.
I like that too.
Yeah, I always thought that
I don't know where
like,
vacation and holiday came from, but I like we're going on holiday.
What are you on holiday?
Yeah.
I don't know. I just always thought
I like it.
Yeah.
Now you can't have fun with it like we, you know, when you're super cool and laid back, you call a vacation a vacay. You don't even have. You're so chill. You don't even have time for the last syllable. It's just a vacay, man, or a staycation when you don't go anywhere.
Not a fan.
Well, it's very sad. I mean, if you've got more than a few days off, go somewhere. Get in the car, see this great nation of ours up close.
Brian and Brian has a week off in October, and we were talking about where we wanted to go, and I suggested the West Coast. It's like the second week of October. I was like, let's go to like Portland or Seattle because it won't be too cold and rainy out there then. And he's like, no, let's just stay home and save money and hang out. I'm like, no, I don't want to stay home. So we're going to end up going to New Orleans, but he was like all about the staycation. He's like, we could get stuff done around the house. I'm like what? What do you want to do? You want to stay
He's got a
home
lot of
for-
words he needs to put up on
I
those
know.
walls.
More instructions? What are you talking about? The laundry room doesn't have a wash sign yet, so maybe we need to paint one of those. But yeah, I'm not a fan of the staycation.
Well, in New Orleans in October would be nice.
That's what we're going to do. We already, we landed on it. We have friends who have a house down there, and they normally Airbnb it, and they're going to let us stay. So
It is technically hurricane season in October.
I feel like it's always hurricane season.
October, November. But you can't count on the weather anywhere anymore.
Dude, it doesn't matter what it says. It wasn't supposed to rain or snow or anything. It was supposed to be like 40 and sunny in Iowa, and our flight got delayed over an hour because it was just hammering down snow. I was like, this is going to be a repeat of Devil's Lake, North Dakota, and I'm going to get stuck in Waterloo, Iowa for 5 days.
Yeah.
But the weather, I feel like now more than ever, is like all over the place. Like even the predictions are BS.
Well, I mean, they can predict what's coming. I mean, with some certainty. It's not like they're completely flummoxed. You can see what's coming. It's just that the weather patterns are weird now. They can see what's coming, but to go, oh, this is the best time to go here, or, it is a little bit more all over the place. But New Orleans in October, why not? You should go for Halloween.
No, we're not. It's the week before that, the 14th to the 21st.
You should go for Halloween.
I mean, it's New Orleans. I feel like we could wear costumes. Nobody would bat an eye at you.
Well, I mean, it's who knows? You'll have a good time.
The two things Brian is dead set on doing are a fan boat tour and feeding alligators.
Now, by fan boat, does he mean like a bayou thing or a thing that is chock full of Mary Santora admirers?
They're called Fantoras.
Oh, you've got a name for your fan base. Fantoras. Bill, do you have a name for your acolytes? Like Squire heads or anything? Or
Goss Guzzlers,
Bill
I
Boys,
thought.
yeah.
Bill Boys. Well, that's all right. Goss Guzzlers.
No, like some dude named Dale on his fan boat that he built, taking you through a bayou. Like, he wants it to be as hillbilly as possible. He's like, think of the story. It'll be such a good experience. I was like, until they kill us and, like, we don't come back, like, or they run out of gas. Oh, I guess it's a fan boat. They don't run out of gas.
Yeah, it's a tour. Wait, the tourist thing? They have gas.
Don't do it. Don't
How do you think a fan boat works?
A fan boat runs on gas, okay?
It's a fan with a big, long extension cord that goes all the way back to the shore.
Listen, we're going to
Then they turn that fan on high.
We're going to do the gas-powered fan boat in New Orleans, and we're going to do the sandcastle buggy in Sedona. Right?
You going to do the swamp tour?
That's what he wants to do.
Yeah.
He wants to do like a swamp tour.
Okay.
That scares me, dude.
Why?
Because I feel like they're run by whoever has a boat.
Like, there's legitimate tourist organizations that if you walk down to the pier and there's Jim's fan boat,
that's what I mean.
Then get a place that does these things.
But that's what he's describing. Like, he wants it to be kind of risky.
Well, then you takes your money and you pays your money and you takes your chances.
But is it really risky if they're that hillbilly? Because those are the people that
they know they'll show you like the.
You can't understand what they're saying, but they know how to navigate the area. I saw this video of a guy walking around in a swamp barefoot at night. He's like, there's like one scene, like you just see like these little glowing dots, and he's like, oh, there's a lot of alligators watching us. And then he turns the light on, and there's just dozens of alligators watching him.
And he's just
like,
walking around.
He's just walking around. He shows like a big poisonous spider. He's like, there's a cottonmouth snake. Like, there's all sorts of stuff.
That's terrifying to me.
Yeah, it's horrible, but he's just very comfortable with it. And he's like, I love it out here. He's got no problem with it.
See, I'm afraid that we're going to be the ones that get bit. You know?
Well, I smell fear, so yeah, probably.
That's what I mean.
Get bit. By a snake? By a swamp creature? Like an alligator?
You can go on these fan boats and feed alligators marshmallows.
Okay,
That's like part of it.
Well, then don't do that. I mean,
that's what he wants to do. This is the whole point of the story, is that those are the things that he wants to do.
It might sound, listen, I've traveled a lot, and it might still sound naive of me, but my mind always goes to, look, these are tourists. Their business would be over if people were regularly getting their hands bitten off by an alligator.
Not if it's Donnie Lou's fan boat tour.
No, especially Donnie Lou, because he needs that money. These bigger tourist organizations don't need the money so much. They got a bunch of guides. They'll take you out. Donnie Lou is going to make sure you get taken care of because he can't lose his business or his fan boat.
Unless he's like Betty White in Lake Placid and he just starts feeding tourists to his alligator pet.
All right. Well, then, yes, he could be Betty White in Lake Placid.
Do you remember the documentary Lake Placid?
Yes. This is where I would tell you to suck it. The famous Betty White line. Well, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Well, Poundcake, our own Cody Brown, was one of the millions of people who somehow got fooled by a picture of the Pope in a Balenciaga coat. They thought that was the real deal and not AI. See, we're going to become awash in these kinds of things, right? We have no idea what we're in for, and it's all fun and games. There's no stakes. It doesn't matter if you get fooled by a picture of the Pope in a giant puffy white coat. But when you're getting whoever your preferred political candidate is getting deep faked saying some other things, That's going to be pretty wild.
I
But a
was gonna
lot
give
of
him
people,
props.
he sent it to the group chat, and I was like, that's fake, right?
He
That's
did not know it was fake.
It was a drippy drip. I was like, oh my God, where'd he get that coat from?
He had the drip. But millions of people, because listen, you're scrolling. If you like what I told them, if you took half a second more, you would have gone, oh, that's fake. But there are all kinds of photos that are popping up. He did look good. Pope looked great.
So it was a nice coat.
Nice coat.
Yes, I want one. Usually when I buy coats like that, I look like a marshmallow. But that one, I'm like, ooh, it's like puffy. Like not puffy as in like being puffy, but it looks like a Puff Daddy coat.
P. Diddy.
Yeah, like in one of his music videos. I was like, that's ill. And then he had like the little Pope hat on and the cross. I was like, all right, he representing for Jesus.
But the Pope would never wear a $3,000 designer coat.
No, he'll
So
just wear a
just
$3,000 designer hand-woven robe.
Right, but
It's not
that's
designer.
different,
It is
right?
designer.
No, but not Balenciaga.
Right.
That's different. If it's a vestment, that's different. He's not going to be walking around. Not this Pope. This is the guy. This isn't the German guy. Was the one wearing the Prada shoes. This guy's trying to be like a street level dude. A 31-year-old Chicago construction worker created the dripped out Pope. It was an idea that he had while he was on shrooms, and he said, it was nothing that I thought people would take seriously. I just thought it would be funny to see the Pope in a puffy jacket, is what this
And
guy
he was
says.
right. It was very
And
funny.
he
It
was
was funny.
right. And he said there was no way that I even gave it a second thought. And that's what a lot of the people who got fooled said, you know? Like the week before, there were those photos, the AI pics of Trump's arrest.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could instantly tell that those were fake because the police were cuffing him and tackling him.
And the head was bigger.
And cops love Trump. So there's no way they're going to chase him down in a
And he was
cloud of,
running.
in a cloud of pepper spray. That's how you knew those were fake.
He's sweating out McDonald's barbecue.
But these AI pics, you know, you take a half, and listen, they're going to get way better. They're going to get, we have no idea where any
Once
of
they
this is
figure
going.
fingers out, it's over.
They figured fingers out. That was like their big headline last week. They figured out hands.
Oh, okay.
Like, okay.
Do you think once
Cool.
once people are deep faked like naked and like everyone like that's distributed out to everyone, they're like, well, everyone's already seen me naked, so I might as well do the real thing. Do you think that will motivate people or no?
Motivate people who to do what?
Like if someone say there's like a hot girl or like, even a guy, like he's deep faked into being nude and it's like spread all over the internet, all over Twitter or something like that. And he's like, everyone thinks they saw me naked, but that's really not me. So this is actually really me. And you feel pressure to show the real thing.
Yeah, but people don't necessarily believe the truth. They believe the lie. And so once the truth comes out, they go, who cares? We are already invested in the lie. It doesn't really matter. It is that old saying, if you're explaining, you've already lost.
But what if the deep fake looks worse than what you actually look naked?
It came first. It's as simple as that.
Now I'm going to.
The deep fake came first.
Cody.
So that's the image that people have. And he's not going to do anything.
No, you missed it. He made a joke.
What do you do?
He said the deep fake came first, and he said, well, now I'm gonna.
Thought he meant now I'm going to do some naked pictures.
No.
No, now he's going to.
Well, I did miss that. I'm sorry.
You don't even listen to the show.
I don't like to miss anybody's jokes or attempts therein. But yeah, okay. I would if you had a deep fake of you being naked, would answer for yourself. Would that spur you on to go, well, okay, fine, I guess I'll be actually naked?
If it looked worse, absolutely. Like if my deep fake, they had me like with a super small D and like just it wasn't a good representation.
So you mean more of an eep fake?
And it was spread all over the internet and everyone thinks it's me. I'm like, that's not me. If everyone thinks they see me naked anyways, I already have this embarrassment of someone.
Right, but that photo has already gone around the what's the other line? The
lie travels faster than
yes,
truth.
the lie goes around the world 100 times before the truth even gets its shoes on or something like that. So once that's been distributed, what's the point of going, here's the real me? People will be like, what?
I don't know.
They wouldn't believe you anyway. They go, nah, we're going to go with a tiny D pic.
I'm just about to wander the streets naked.
Well, then I guess we can all sleep the sleep of angels looking forward to that day. The the Poundcake walks naked.
Because then they'd be like, what's wrong with him? Well, why is he wandering the streets naked? I was deep faked and they said my D was small and it's not small, see?
Right. But there's also going to be a lot of people who didn't see that deep fake photo, and now you're walking around naked in front of them.
Yeah. Well,
they're going to think it's some kind of performance art.
Confident because he's been going where?
Oh, Orange Theory Fitness.
Oh.
Alan, I saw it on Reddit today. You were right. It said China has its first case of bird flu in humans. Get ready to bunker down. Pandemic round 2.
Bunker down.
Hate the show. Bye.
Yeah, they have a girl or a woman or something in China who the bird flu jumped to. It was gonna happen. Whether or not they can keep it contained, who knows? But I did tell my daughter. I said, if you see, because there's a lot of migratory birds now who are coming back up here north because it's getting warmer. And I told my daughter, I said, if you see any birds in the yard who look hurt, do not touch them. I don't think that she would. She's probably a little bit nervous to do that. But I'm like, do not touch them at all. And I'm like, if you see a bird out there, you tell me, because I don't want our dog messing with it. I don't need the dog bringing the avian flu into the house. I still have 2 years left on my contract. I can't be messing with that. But yeah, it's going to get pretty wild. I mean, hey, listen, what do we have to worry about it? China took care of everything last time, right? We'll be fine. Don't have to worry about the bird flu spreading. Alan, I was fooled by a picture of Heath Ledger 360 flipping over Batman on a skateboard. That can't be true. Heath Ledger's dead.
It was, but it was presented as if it was a scene, like an outtake, because he was skateboarding on set, but somebody just made it so Batman was what he was skateboarding over.
Yeah. Tell Mary alligators are really not that aggressive. I was kayaking in Florida several years ago, and it was right up next to a couple of them.
That's scary still.
Well, listen, you still have...
People say the same thing about pit bulls.
Well, but also, don't they have... We were just telling the story about the woman who was just walking her dog, and an alligator jumps up and eats the dog and eats her.
Yeah, maybe you were by alligators that were not hungry.
They had already eaten someone else. Yeah.
These alligators are used to being fed.
Will you avoid pit bulls in New Orleans?
We are actually... You got me. I was going to say we're going to see Mr. Worldwide, and you didn't let me say it.
Go ahead.
No.
I'll let him say it for you.
Fireball.
Alan, Mary might get hexed by a hoodoo woman. Yeah, what if it's like a serpent in the rainbow or something? I know that was Haiti. But listen, shades of difference down there in the bayou.
If we meet a voodoo witch, who knows?
Make sure Mary doesn't get on one of those oscillating fan boats.
Oh, that would be the
worst.
worst.
Those are really hard to steer, boy. They are all
just going in circles
all over. That's right. Tell Mary to visit Bay St. Louis, Mississippi?
I don't know if
I
we're
helped
renting a
rebuild
car.
Bay St. Louis after Katrina. Very nice little town. Yeah, I don't...
I actually don't even know where our friends stay. They have sent us zero information. I just kind of sent out the text and was like, hey, can we stay in your house? And they're like, yeah. And then that's as
It's
far
also
as it's gone.
October, so we got...
Yeah, I was like, that's as far as it's gone.
we got time.
But like, if they stay downtown, then we won't need a car, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, well, that'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I've got to take a break. I'll have, Mudvayne tickets for you. People have been hitting me up for Mudvayne. They're doing their first headlining run in quite some time. And they're bringing a lot of good bands with them, too. They're bringing Cold Chamber and Guar and Nonpoint and Butcher Babies. And they're going to do August 4 out at Blossom. So Mudvayne tickets after the break. 35192 if you want to text, and we'll be back.
A night of big winners.
Oh my God. Thank iHeartRadio.
Thank you. once-in-a-lifetime performances.
Together on stage.
Hey, thank y'all so much, man.
For the first time ever.
And appearances from global superstars.
It's just a blessing, you know.
Thank you, iHeart.
Celebrating the biggest artist of the year.
We're here. We're doing this.
Our 2023 iHeartRadio Music Awards. Stream it now on Hulu and see all of the winners at iHeartRadio.com/awards.
From the Universal Windows Direct Weather Center, WMMS Weather.
Overnight skies turning clear, low in the low 30s. Wednesday, clouds building, afternoon showers possible, and turning windy. Wednesday's high, upper 40s. Thursday, sunny, high again, upper 40s.
This report is sponsored by eBay Motors. You do anything to keep your vehicle happy. Let's make sure it stays running smoothly. With eBay Guaranteed Fit, the right parts are just a click away. When you see the green check, you know that part will fit. Get the right parts at the right price. ebaymotors.com. Let's ride. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey, it's Rover for DraftKings Sportsbook, the biggest tournament in college basketball.
right, it's a return of Mudvayne in the headlining spot on the Psychotherapy Sessions Tour with Coal Chamber, Guar, Nonpoint, and Butcher Babies. A little something for everybody on this show. Friday, August the 4th, it'll hit Blossom, part of the Minutemen concert series. You get tickets, info, and whatnot at livenation.com. All right? 2 for Mudvayne right now. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
He's not much of a morning person, and apparently not much of an afternoon person either. The Alan Cox Show
On 100.7
WMMS.
Maybe you'll come back with a little Cajun lilt
Oh, wouldn't that be great?
back from New Orleans. And not till the fall, though. You got plenty of time. John Fogerty, I think he can legally do a lot of those Creedence songs now. He's on that Outlaw Music Festival with Willie Nelson. I had those tickets for you all week at 420. My wife's a huge Creedence John Fogerty fan, so I'm hoping we'll get to go to that. We might be out of town, but...
It's one of Brian's favorite bands of all time.
CCR.
CCR,
Fantastic.
babe. Mm-hmm.
Yep, great band. Did he watch that documentary?
He sure did.
Yeah. That haircut. That John Fogerty Dutch boy haircut, boy. They were really... That was how you stuck it to the man back then.
Take that.
Take that. The damn long hairs. Now, Creedence is awesome. Well, you certainly wouldn't think that Wyoming would be at the forefront of abortion rights, but here we are. And they did it to themselves. We have bureau chiefs in the great state of Wyoming. They're both in the southeast. We have Sarah, who's in Rawlins, Wyoming. Scott's in Casper, Wyoming. I don't know if we have more than that. But Wyoming's abortion ban has been terminated in the first trimester, if you will. And they did it to themselves. You might have seen the article. There was an article it was a couple of weeks ago. I think the headline said something like, "The hilarious reason that Wyoming can't ban abortion." And it was because of Obama. When he was trying to pass the Affordable Care Act, and they were doing everything they could to undermine that. And Wyoming went so far as to amend their state constitution, trying to stick it to the libs by saying that every competent adult shall make their own health care decisions. It's in their state constitution.
Suck it.
And so when they went reflexively, their abortion trigger fingers went off, and a judge said, "No, you cannot do that." And they said, "What do you mean we can't do that?" "Because you put it in your own state constitution that you can't tell people how to make their own health care decisions." Now, I'm sure that they will go full tilt boogie on trying to redefine what competent is in order to see that happen. But for now, it looks like people there in Wyoming, all 45 of them. Wyoming is not a heavily populated state. Like there's under 500,000 people in the whole state of Wyoming. But so far, they were hoisted by their own petard, if you will. Wyoming population is about 578,000 people in the entire state. So they got that going for them. Anybody watch the Joe Exotic jailhouse interview?
No.
I was watching this on Fox News. One of these dudes Oh, it was a Weekend guy or what it was. They replayed it, I think. We mentioned Joe Exotic is running for president. He plans on doing a run in 2024. The clown car has already pulled out with people like George Santos saying he's going to run. That's probably just a fundraising thing. Make some money and run off with it. People like George Santos and Joe Exotic, of course, have zero chance of becoming president or even becoming a possible candidate. But Joe Exotic, listen, he's got stuff to say. He wants people to listen. And so one of these dudes called him, didn't go in to sit down with him, couldn't even have the common courtesy to go and see Joe Exotic in person. He goes, nope, I'll call you, or you can call me collect. But no, I'm not coming to see you.
Federal prison. This call is from Joe.
All right, so Joe, some of your critics have said this is just a big joke. What do you say to that?
Okay, well, first of all,
I like that Rolling Stone headline.
voice, man.
Joe Exotic wants to be our next criminal president.
my constitutional right to do this. It doesn't matter what people think. This ain't a joke. Things have to be changed in our country, in our political system.
He does have a constitutional right to do it. He is above the age of 35.
Can you run from prison?
Yeah. If Trump gets indicted, it's not going to stop him from running. If they let's say in an alternate universe where Donald Trump actually did jail time, he could still run for president from jail.
In our Justice Department, our prison system, somebody's got to start asking some real questions for the people that work.
I love when people always say, somebody's got to start asking some real questions. It's like one of those, phrases that doesn't mean anything, but people throw it out there because I guess it makes they want other people to think that they've got some idea that they haven't come to yet or some solution for some. People just got to start asking questions. Yeah, like what? I don't know. Questions.
Their butts off in this country to pay the bill for these politicians to just keep handing this money away.
Joe, the chair of the
Does he know that we pay for him to be in prison? Is he aware of how that works? I just think people who work their butts off to pay the bills.
Maybe that's one of the questions he needs to ask.
We're paying for your room and board, homie.
Party slammed your campaign and said, quote, we are not a landing pad for the former reality stars. What is your response to the Libertarian Party?
You know what? Angela can say all she wants. I know how the political system works.
You want to really see a spirit of bipartisanship in this country? He should pick that bitch Carol Baskin as his running mate. What better way to show at the ground level how people can get along again?
But then
Joseph Passage Maldonado Passage is Joe Exotic's real name, and he wants, I don't know if he's filed papers with the FEC or what, but he says he wants to run. And again, it's probably a great way to get some money on his commissary, but, gonna have to run from the inside.
Carol Baskin will put a hit out on him so she could become the president.
Right? She'd be running the whole campaign from the outside. He'd be on the inside. Listen, if she wanted him dead, he'd be dead.
Right.
It's easy to get dead in prison.
When I ran for governor in Oklahoma in the Libertarian Party.
Oh, I forgot he ran for governor. That
That's
was in the documentary, wasn't it? Yeah, he ran for everything.
That's why we knew who he was before they even made the documentary.
Right.
Because he, like we talked about when he ran for governor in Oklahoma.
Right. His first foray into public office. Yeah. Still too stupid to not realize that you shouldn't run as a libertarian.
Voted to not let independents vote just so they couldn't vote for me. And I expect that out of the Libertarian Party. It's since 2016 when Gary Johnson made a fool of everybody because he didn't even know what Aleppo was. I don't see the Libertarian Party in the news, do you?
What would you do differently if you were the...
Does he or does he not kind of sound like Political Joe who calls us?
Well,
Like,
he's
if
on
he
a
were-
jailhouse phone. I mean,
Like, just the tone of his voice, I'm like, if he were drunk, I could see broken man coming out of him. Like, their voices sound very similar to me.
Alan.
Yeah, they sound similar.
Alan Cox, I thought you heard that. Well, you know what? You're liberal pieces.
Is that not not sound the same?
A little.
There's some similarities. I think the phone is doing some work.
Maybe they're the same person.
That's what I'm saying. What if our political Joe is Joe Exotic?
Political Joe Exotic?
What is the problem?
He only calls when he's drunk on toilet wine.
Oh, man. Turlet wine. Jenkum.
Political Joe totally stole the Broke in Man from Little Black Submarine from Black Keys.
I love that song.
That's what he did?
There's a little Broke in there.
Uh-huh. Oh, maybe he's a Black Keys fan. Who knows?
Who isn't?
We have to quit funding everybody else's culture. It's
We
not.
need to quit funding everyone else's culture. Okay? Again, these are those brand new, fresh ideas there from Political Joe Exotic.
The working people of America's problem to take care of the rest of the world.
By the way, what does he know about taking care of people? He took care of animals. He specifically avoided taking care of people.
Humans are animals.
But he got famous not taking care of people.
That lady
took
who
care of
had her
tigers.
arm cut off, he took care of her. She came back to work like 2 days later.
Yeah, that's true.
Or
But he was
bit
feeding
off,
the
not
tigers
cut.
off.
Yeah, she got it bit off.
He's feeding the
Bitten off.
Well, he had to do that.
He was never going to financially recover from it.
Well, right. He was liable. But, and they fed those tigers that expired Walmart meat.
What do you think is going to go in the school lunches when Political Joe Exotic
Yeah,
is
there
president?
you go. We got to stop paying for other people's culture. And by that, I mean a culture of non-spoiled meat.
Billions and billions of dollars to other countries for gender identity, for their wars. For
What?
their crap.
Gender identity.
We're giving billions of dollars to other countries for gender identity. See how he's just throwing a word salad together? Because you can do that now and become the president. That's why the floodgates are open.
Yeah.
You can have a moron who just spits a bunch of words out, and once in a while he'll get elected. And Joe Exotic goes, why not me? I'm as smart as that guy. I don't know. I'll tell you what he could never win, though. What he could never, ever win. Who's who in Black Cleveland?
Political Joe Exotic.
Mm-hmm. Political Joe Exotic.
Social Security in America, and we have homeless vets, and it's
Social Security, homeless vets, cultures, transgenders. Yeah, he's really throwing it all out there. I like the Chiron. Lays out his 2024 platform.
ass backwards. We have President Putin just has warrants for his arrest for war crimes. We have President
There you go. If you had Putin on your bingo card, your Joe Exotic bingo card, you can check that off.
Trump under the possibility of an indictment and other criminal charges. We have Hunter Biden.
See, he's got no love for Trump because he hired that limo to take him out as soon as Trump became president. He thought he was going to get out. He's going to get a pardon. Or as Trump was leaving office. He thought he was going to get a presidential pardon.
President Biden under investigation for money laundering and making bad deals. What the hell's the difference in somebody in prison that sees the system for what it really is?
There you go. What's
I
the
mean,
difference?
he has a point.
He's got a point.
You can't argue with that.
Nope. There's
Everybody's
no way
under-
to argue with that.
Everybody's under investigation anyway. Might as well have a
There's
attempted
no.
murderist.
Yep. That's where the bar is now. That's how low it is. Hey, I'm already in prison. How do you like
Right.
that?
Yeah, these cowards don't have the guts to go to
to
prison.
get convicted.
All you wannabes out there, I'm already in here.
Oh,
Yeah.
man of the people.
That's right. Well, maybe he can't get one of the established parties to pick him up and fund him or anything, and obviously that would be kind of a silly thing to do, but maybe he'll launch, we had the rent is too damn high party guy for a while. Maybe Joe Exotic will form his own party.
I want to sell sour ham at school's party.
Sour ham.
That's what it'll be.
Yeah, bad meat, sour ham. That's right. What the hell is the difference in somebody in prison that sees the system for what it really is and exposing this and trying to fix it? So the system for what it really is, which is no secret to anyone, exposing it doesn't need to be done. It's right under our noses. And trying to fix it. Then that won't happen either.
What in the world makes someone want to run for president?
Because he's bored. He's in prison. What the hell else is he going to do?
I mean, I get that. He's kind of a crazy person.
He's
but
got
like,
nothing to do.
Regular people who want to be politicians, I don't understand it. It just seems like a life of headaches.
Well,
Like
I think you have
headaches.
I think you have people at the grassroots level who really feel like they can affect some kind of change.
I'm not talking about mayors.
No. I mean, at every level, you have people who I mean, all politics is local. So
I can understand wanting to better your small community. I get wanting to be a mayor or like on a board or a councilman or something like that. That I fully understand. But to want to be like the president of the United States.
I think there are people who it's the people who want to go straight to president that I have a problem with. Like, you've never even run a city council meeting before. Now, obviously, the federal government is a massive apparatus, and there are, all kinds of, no one, even if you're elected president, is fully prepared to do the job because you can't fathom what it all is.
There's no way to be.
There's no way to be.
It's like being a parent for the first time.
But there are people who have had a reputation, or they have experience in government.
Right.
It sucks that people's trust in government is so low because it's a very valuable skill to be to know how government works. It's people who are like, well, I could be president. Like, you could, yes, but it's always helpful to have more information than the other guy. Like, people are like, maybe The Rock, every time The Rock says, maybe I'll run. Like, bro, go be mayor of, people give Buttigieg a hard time. He was a mayor.
Yeah.
Go be the mayor of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Go get elected to some pain in the ass, everybody wants to start with president. And that's just ego. I mean, anybody running for president's got a massive ego anyway. I could run the formerly most powerful country on the planet, right?
I was the student body president in both kindergarten and senior year. So
what does the kindergarten student body president duties consist of?
Oh, no, it was fifth grade. I'm sorry. Like elementary school. It was fifth grade. I was the...
See, she can't even keep the years.
Kindergarten and fifth grade, she confused.
Yeah.
Listen.
Were you held back 5 times? Is that what you're trying to say?
Don't worry about me. All I'm saying is I have more political experience than Joe Exotic. I have run a student body.
Martin Luther King Jr.
Yeah, you really do. Yeah.
My running platform, none of us know what any of this means. So let's all be nice and try to figure it out together.
Yeah.
Mary Santora 2024.
I like that.
You want to be my running mate? Cody?
I was on student council in high school and in college, and only because I was super, super cool.
Dude, I was popular.
And popular.
Those two things can go hand in hand. I won because I was popular.
They can. They don't often. You'll have people who are interested in doing it, and then you'll have one popular kid win the whole thing because he goes out there. There's a picture of him with a beer or something. I mean, that's usually how that stuff goes. That's probably how it went for you.
No,
I'm Mary. I'm cute and popular. Elect me to this, and they go, okay.
Listen, I'm not saying that's how my entire high school career went, but it's pretty damn close.
Yeah, I was not one of those people in high school.
I was also the president of a honor society in college.
Mm-hmm.
So people think I can lead. I didn't do anything any of those times, is my point.
That's the thing, is I don't think
people
it mattered.
came to me and I would make a decision. Hey, here's what we think for our class t-shirts. Oh, change the color from red to blue or something. It was
so important stuff.
A lot of signing off on things, more or less. But what I'm saying is I can run the country is basically, actually I can't. I'm only 33. But I'll be 34 next year.
And she knows things.
God willing.
She knows how old she's going to be next year.
Yep. Confuses 5th grade and kindergarten, but she knows what number her next birthday will be.
Uh-huh. I'll show up to work sometimes.
Alan, you forget that Joe Exotic supplied plenty of men with both meth and penis. Many would consider that being taken care of. Again, I cannot argue with that. You're really making a case for this guy. Hey, Woody.
Got my vote.
Alan.
Yes?
As to Mary being on the Honor Society, in high school, I was on the Honor Society as well, because I was on her and on her and on her and on her.
What are you, son of a bitch?
Good.
Has he been hanging out with Duke?
Right.
Oh, God, the On Her Society. This guy. You had a female body inspector shirt, didn't you, back in the day, Woody?
Of course he did. Organ donor with an unzipped pair of pants.
Organ donor. Female body inspector, man. Oh, you son of a bitch. He was on the On Her Society. Oh, God. All right. Thank you, Woody. I appreciate it. I've got to move on.
We're trying to talk real hard-hitting politics
Hard-hitting.
here.
Alan, are you really spending quality airtime on Joe Exotic? Quality? Or are you a first-time listener? Where are you from? Welcome to the area, foreigner. All right, I've got to take a break. If you want to text, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com for everything else.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS. And everywhere you go on our free iHeartRadio app. We got stuff. You want stuff. Win stuff. This week at WMMS.com.
Win tickets to see The Cure on the Songs of a Lost World Tour, Sunday, June 11th at Blossom. Get more info and register to win tickets at WMMS.com.
Your afternoon drive is brought to you by the Ken Ganley Auto Group, Ohio's #1 automotive retailer.
Water, fire, wind, mold. When disaster strikes your home or business, Paul Davis is your best friend on your worst day. Why? Because Paul Davis handles everything quickly and seamlessly, from cleanup to recovery to reconstruction. For commercial and residential property damage and restoration, choose Paul Davis, the professionals that have served Northeastern Ohio for over 30 years. Paul Davis, we are your best friend on your worst day. Call us today at 440-834-1155 or visit us at restorationcleveland.com.
No one has the same taste as you.
You damn right.
From the music you love to the podcasts you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Kevin Murat here from Mentality Men's Health. We hear stories every day in our clinics that what used to work for guys doesn't anymore. Increase cardio, cut out certain food, nothing stops the changes in their bodies, especially the weight. The fact is, years of decreasing testosterone is packed on the belly fat that won't go away. We've introduced a medication, semaglutide, that helps drop 15% of the body weight on average while preserving testosterone. Join the over 20,000 Mentality clients and jumpstart your results. In Cleveland, go to lowtusa.com. That's lowtusa.com.
Pepsi Zero Sugar has a new, better flavor. A Zero Sugar Cola has never tasted this good. It's delicious, it's refreshing, and it's so good you'll need to try it for yourself. Pepsi Zero Sugar. Zero never tasted so good. That's what I like.
You probably already know that Rosetta Stone is one of the best ways to learn a language. But did you also know that they offer a lifetime subscription to all 25 of their languages? Dabble in French. Try your hand at German. Learn a bit of Japanese, or even explore Swedish. And right now, you can get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. Visit rosettastone.com today to purchase once and learn for life. Rosetta Stone, how language is learned.
At LASIK Plus, we've performed over 2 million LASIK procedures nationwide and have more 5-star reviews than anyone else.
It's been about 5 months since I had LASIK, and every day I wake up and try to reach for my glasses, and I'm just really thrilled that I don't have to worry about that anymore. I'd rate my experience at LASIK Plus a 10 out of 10. The staff was amazing, and I'm glad that I didn't go anywhere else.
There's a reason LASIK Plus is the patient's choice for LASIK. Actually, there's a ton of reasons. Did you know that the entire procedure only takes minutes, and that most patients are back to normal activities the day after treatment?
216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com to watch live. And if you are watching there live, thank you. Who do we have to thank specifically? Hinky. Oh, God.
This one's good.
Hinky Badagababish. Hinky Badagababish. Helping out.
Badagababish?
But usually you'd
Go
see
look at it,
D
yeah.
apostrophe. This is B apostrophe D. Hinky Badagababish. Thank you so much for helping
I think
out.
it's Badoga-Bobish.
Badoga-Bobish. Well, again, it's
Badoga-Bobish. Badoga-Bobish.
I don't meet these people, and I guess I should have consulted you. Hinky Badoga-Bobish. Thanks so much for assisting us back there. It's a thankless task, but it's one for which I'm very grateful for your assistance. Bill mentioned it earlier. The Guardians signed a 7-year extension with Andres Jimenez. All-star second baseman. The deal is worth $106 million.
That's a bargain. He's one of the best players at his position in the league.
It sounds crazy,
and
and I
7
thought
years
that was
is a
low.
lot.
I thought 106 for
It's
7
low.
years?
Yeah.
It will keep him in Cleveland through 2030.
That's
but
when I'll
he
be
has-
the president.
What's that?
That's when I'll be the president.
That's when you'll be the president,
Mm-hmm.
2030, right.
It's an election year.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, she knows her years.
Yep, she certainly does. So there, and a lot of people, everybody's heard of Bobby Bonilla Day. A lot of people didn't realize that Ken Griffey Jr. Day was a thing too.
Oh, yeah.
Because Ken Griffey Jr. is still getting paid by the Reds.
Mm-hmm. He's like the third or fourth highest paid player
He
on
is
the
their
Reds.
fourth highest paid player, and he hasn't played since 2008. Hasn't played for the Reds in 15 years. Hasn't played Major League Baseball since 2010. Bobby Bonilla famously gets a big fat check from the Mets every year because of his deferred contract payments or whatever. And Ken Griffey Jr. is still getting paid by the Cincinnati Reds. He will make $3.59 million thanks to the deferred payment agreement of his deal with the Reds in 2000. He is 53 years old, and once a year, the Reds cut him a check for $3.5 million. That's pretty nice. But this has been going on for a while, and I wonder why people aren't as hip to this as they are Bobby Bonilla. Maybe because it's New York versus Cincinnati. I don't know. But with that kind of, you have a guy who's still getting paid a decade later, that affects the money of current guys.
Do they offer radio contracts like this? And how do I get one?
How do you get one?
Yes.
Well, you'd have to be in radio.
No.
No, they do not offer what for you can just quit.
Yeah,
and they
you
pay
just get paid.
I wish, man. I wish.
get my same $380 a week.
I so wish. Oh yeah, that deal we could make.
We can make that one, right?
I so wish
Even
that
that one
I
I'd
had
do.
had any athletic acumen at all. For the big ones, We started watching Ted Lasso yesterday, and we thought maybe because my daughter's played soccer for the last few years, and thought maybe Ted Lasso there'd be a part of that show that she might enjoy. I just forgot how many F words are in
There's
Ted
a lot
Lasso.
of yeah.
Boy, there's a lot
It
of.
was like a
It's a-
feel-good family show.
Yeah, it's not a family show. It's just wholesome, but like adult wholesome.
Yes,
like
adult-
it's still,
there's a lot of expletives in it. Yeah, and I had forgotten that because I had that on my brain. I was like, oh, everybody loves Ted Lasso, but I'm like, no, it's a British soccer team, and Roy Kent is dropping F-bombs every 12 seconds.
kind of what he's known for.
Yes. So Chris Davis, he hasn't played in 4 years. He's the third highest paid Baltimore Oriole. They will pay him $9.1 million. And so there's a lot of guys with these kinds of structured deals where they're still getting paid. If you're running a Major League Baseball team in 2023 and your fourth highest player makes under $4 million, you should have to sell your team, somebody said. So, what that means, though, is that Ken Griffey, is on a beach waving to Eddie Murphy out on the boat.
Yeah.
And you're not really going to have a star-studded roster there in Cincinnati because you're paying Ken Griffey Jr. And he was on the Mariners too, right?
Yeah, he started with the Mariners and then went to the Reds, and then I think he ended with the Mariners too.
Okay.
I think
Did we not have him?
No, we never had Ken Griffey Jr.
Was he a big deal?
He was a huge deal.
Big deal, yes. That's why he's still getting paid.
Somebody's got a bit about a Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card.
Okay. Well, he did have a rookie card.
Well, because I just remember it being like a
He
big
was
deal
a
that they
rookie.
had one. That he's like that was a valuable card to
Yeah.
have.
Because his dad was a big deal with Cincinnati, too.
Mm-hmm.
Ken Griffey
Two.
Sr.
Oh.
His dad.
His dad wasn't Ken Griffey too, and he named his son Ken Griffey
his dad
Jr.?
was I think his dad was on like the big deal Reds, like the World Series Reds back in the day. When they were the big red machine. That was Ken
80s,
Griffey
right?
Sr. Yeah. And so now here's the crazy thing. Ken Griffey Sr. is still getting paid by the Mariners. And he hasn't played for them in 30 years.
Is he a coach?
I don't know. He
Hold on.
he's still getting paid by the Yankees. And he hasn't been there since 86. He left when Hernandez came in. I guess that's the Mets. But they were in the same city. They were doing they were all doing the same cocaine. I mean, Yeah, Ken Griffey Sr. and Jr. both played for the Reds and the Mariners. The pride of Denora, Pennsylvania, by the way. But it would be so sweet to have one of those deals.
That would be.
I think it would be even more amazing if you had a deal like that, making what you or Cody make.
$360
If you had
a week.
right, if you
$360 a week, I'm suing.
If you had an hourly, gig and you signed a long-term deal on an hourly gig,
Pay him $20,000 a year. But
oh
I get
man.
it. Do I get it weekly or do I get it once a year? They give me $20,000.
Once a year, you have, it's like Bobby Bonilla or Ken Griffey Jr. Day. Once a year, it's Mary Santora Day, and you go, hey, babe, today's my August 1st, I get my iHeart check.
Mm-hmm. That would be my vacation every year.
For like 10 years after you
God,
left.
that would be so cool. That'd be amazing. Because that's not so much money that they couldn't do it. iHeart could do that. I'm
course.
I'm making a petition.
I can't even imagine.
Say again?
Yeah, there's a little inside baseball stuff.
Okay.
Well, we are talking about Ken Griffey Jr.,
Yeah.
so.
I'm going to write Dave iHeartMedia an email.
Write him.
You think he'll respond?
No.
I think he might.
He might get lost in that laser fog there at his front door in his office in New York.
If I say, hey, Dave.
He's going to be like, I didn't click on this because I thought it was one of those phishing emails.
Yeah.
Did you get
trick us. Yeah.
This is Mary
Did
Santora.
you fall for it?
Yeah.
This is Mary Santora, part-time co-host of the Alan Cox Show.
Leader of the Fantoras.
Leader of the Fantoras, presidential candidate 2030.
Uh-huh.
I need you to pay me
Candidate.
$20,000 a year.
Yeah.
And he would say, that sounds crazy. That sounds so crazy and good. I will do it.
Yeah, well.
And then we can all go to Vegas. What do you guys think? We can shoot our OnlyFans in Vegas. You guys, it's all coming together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's all coming together.
Cody,
Well, anyway,
That's what we would call it.
Poundcake could be doing the same thing.
Cody's going to be my running mate in 2030.
The Santora Brown ticket?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
You want to be president or you want to be vice president?
Neither.
What do you want to be? Secretary of State?
No. What's the?
I don't know what fourth is.
Well, I want to be like the guy that gets to travel. What's that? Ambassador to something?
Well, there's an ambassador to every
like a
country that we
qualified.
have diplomatic relations with, so you'd have to, I guess, pick. Those are handed out like as gifts to donors. So you'd have to pick a country. There's not one ambassador, you know.
What's so funny?
Me and you as running mates is hilarious to me. Just the thought of us actually trying to do a campaign, like a campaign.
Well, imagine us
slogan.
in the actual office or the White House, just walking around. Ooh, what's what does this button do?
We don't
What-
have any idea what's happening in the world.
I'm declassifying everything. I'm like,
Oh, yeah.
America needs to be in the know.
Cody's out here selling information to anybody who will pay.
Well,
we,
that's not.
we don't do NDAs here.
That's no longer unprecedented. So
The
it's
White House ain't
free
got
for
no
all.
good food.
Right.
Yeah, I ain't got no black chefs up in here.
We're having worship every Sunday on the lawn.
So where would you want your ambassadorship to be?
A place where they circumcise. So that leaves like Israel and one of the
yeah, we know he wants Israel because that's the
Israel or
Yeah.
one of the I'm saying, but one of the Middle Eastern countries too, like Saudi Arabia and all them circumcised too. So Qatar,
Right, but I think they normally prefer that an ambassador to Israel be Jewish.
well, if he just really likes the Jewish D.
He saw 21 Jump Street,
Yeah.
and now he's Jewish again.
Well, okay. Well, then I'll pick another one where they circumcise. So I got Saudi Arabia. How about that? That'll be some representation.
Yeah, but you're gay.
beheaded.
They're going
Yeah.
to circumcise your head from your neck.
I wanted him to pick somewhere like Puerto Rico, like something that's.
I don't need to be the ambassador
I
of Puerto
know.
Rico.
That's what I wanted so bad, like the Virgin Islands.
Guam. Yeah, send me to Guam. That's what it's our
You know, we don't have an ambassador to Puerto Rico because they're Americans,
That's
right?
what. That's
Yes,
the
I'm
joke
aware
I
of
was
that.
making.
He doesn't know that.
Yes,
That's what I was hoping he would
went
say.
along right with it. He didn't even give it a second thought.
I wanted him to name a U.S. territory. That's what I wanted so badly in my heart.
Now
And
we
that's
do
why
we do have ambassadors to like those island nations. I don't know what their policy is. Like if you wanted to be ambassador to like the Seychelles or something. I don't know what their circumcision policy is.
Well, Seychelles by the seashore. He could be the good candidate.
Candidate. He could-
Candidate.
I'm so tired.
Lay down. You still gotta go to dinner.
I know.
You could be the ambassador to Montenegro.
Hey, oh yeah, I could meet up with that guy that I could end up marrying the guy I met at Cedar Point.
Yes, Montenegro. Wasn't that his name?
No, that was not his name.
Oh.
It was his name. What was his name?
You don't even remember his name.
It was Nicola.
That's what an imprint he left on your head and your heart. Judy Reinke is the current ambassador to Montenegro. All you'd have to do is knock her off.
Well,
Diplomatically speaking, I mean.
I was gonna say, Mary as president, elect me. You know, I helped you.
Oh, yeah.
I helped you get this. All this representation
What'd
got
you
you
help me
elected.
get?
I don't know. I campaigned for you. I said what an honorable person you were, and you know, it doesn't matter about her OnlyFans past. Everyone can change.
Okay.
Black China got saved. Mary
yeah.
can get saved too.
All right.
Black
Cody's my
China.
candidate.
He's your running mate. Okay.
Yeah, Montenegro. I mean,
Well, this Santora Brown ticket, I'm feeling pretty good about.
it's a country of less than 900,000, and they have like 3 different languages in there. They speak Serbian, and then Serbian's Montenegro version of the language, and then what's next? Like Croatian.
Okay.
So
What of those languages, which do you speak?
Montenegrin.
Montenegrin.
Careful.
See, if any of you guys say it, you guys would get dumped. I don't get dumped. See, that's why you need me on your campaign.
I know. I picked a smart guy.
He can say the things you're only thinking.
We have a gay black dude and a woman, and it's just it's unprecedented. We're both believe in God, so we can get the right side. He's gay. I'm a woman. That's the left side
How
right
many
there.
times you gonna say?
No, so I'm saying like we appeal to everybody.
Well, but
Who do we not appeal to?
Well, but Montenegro, that's those
educated.
Nah, we're not worried about them. We're getting a whole new wave of voters coming in. We're going to small towns and telling them our story.
Yeah, that is not a new wave of voters. That's the old wave of voters. But Montenegro, that's one of those Eastern European countries. Those are like aggressively white, Cody. You don't think they'd welcome you with open arms?
If they want these American dollars, they will.
Well, they don't need you to get those.
Yes, they do. I'm the ambassador. If I'm gonna go back and tell Mary that they're a bunch of bitches, and then I'm like, don't give them no money. They
He
was
thinks
mean
the
to me.
ambassador walks in with a checkbook.
Can you believe they did not let me eat dinner at their table? They said, no, you're not welcome here. I was like, okay, homie, I got you. I'm going to go tell President Mayor.
Hell yeah.
See
I
how
love
you
this.
like
This
it.
is perfect.
The President Mary Santora.
Yes.
The President Mary Santora. See how you like it.
And the Supreme Court is just whoever my 9 longest Fantoras are.
If you put sour cream on there, I'm good.
You're in. You're one of them.
Oh, nice.
You didn't know that?
I do like the idea of wearing the flowy robe.
Yeah.
And just really let
Whatever
it all
you want.
go.
You don't have to wear anything underneath either. It doesn't matter. It's your courtroom, dude.
A commando behind the bench.
Yeah.
Alan, what
Your
job do
Honor,
you
are you
want?
pitching a tent? No, it's my gavel. Leave me alone.
You use it to knock. Order.
As Mary's fast forward to her inauguration.
But our inauguration is going to be in August.
Oh.
Inauguration.
Were so gallantly there as the rockets were there and the twilight's last gleaming and the rockets glare were so gallantly there. Burst stripes were all there, and the rockets were there.
Alan, what you haven't decided your role yet in our
No,
in our White
I'll
House.
be recusing myself from
No,
any.
you have to work in this scenario. You
I'm-
have to be a part of it.
I'm sorry, I cannot.
You have to.
The slogan would be, "This is America." It has Mary's face.
America, M-A-R-E.
Yeah.
Oh, you'd change the name of the United States of America.
America.
You'd change the whole
America.
thing. I see.
Well, you say Trump country for the longest time, or Obama's nation. Now it's America.
Nobody called it Obama's nation.
Yes, they did.
Right wingers called him an abomination.
He must have.
That's what you're thinking
for
of.
8 years.
Right.
They said I was the
Liberals don't have flags to cults. We go, well, that's our guy, and he'll be done in a little while, and
Cult or not, it's
next
good
guy will come
marketing.
in. Huh?
Cult or not is good marketing.
To whom?
I don't know.
Bunch of mush-brained weirdos.
Are we
Fine,
trying to get her
your-
reelected or not?
We are.
What do you mean re-elected? Boy, I can't keep
This is
track of this.
2034.
I can't keep track of this timeline.
So we're not trying to.
He wants to be ambassador to Montenegro because they're full of bitches, and
Yeah.
she's back here doing. Yeah, well,
You're the treasurer.
I'm the treasurer.
Mm-hmm. The treasurer of the states.
No, thank you.
You have to be.
I will recuse myself.
You're the
from-
best at math, so you have to be the treasurer.
No, I'm not.
We will give Bill the exact same job he does now. He just works all the cameras every time we're doing a press conference.
He's the Supreme Court with sour cream. I guess you could do camera work too.
Oh, I got 2 jobs now?
I'll pay you twice.
All right, cool.
We're stealing all the money from Montenegro, remember?
Yeah.
Just stealing Montenegro's vast wealth. All right, well, you got it all figured out. Look out, Joe Exotic, Joseph Maldonado Passage. The Santora Brown ticket is coming for you. Now, for what party? Obviously,
All of them.
Wouldn't be for either of the 2 major parties. Well,
House party.
Yes.
The House Party.
Did you see me and Cody starting the workday at noon?
Yep.
It's like press conference, push it back, push it back.
There you work for Trump. John Garabedian can be your ambassador to the UN.
Who's that?
Anyone? I've got to take a break. If you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show. On our free iHeartRadio app and your favorite smart